Alright, I'm gonna start with some Cerebra 5. I get this one out of my system, or convince myself that it's playable. One of the two. Enjoyed the Magneto control deck. Yeah, unfortunately, I think the Magneto control deck is a little awkward into the Little Movers deck that's become popular. Looking for Mr. Cage to stop the Soul Stone and the sewer system. Wow, doubly punished. Didn't use the Super Flow to the max, and then played center. Or didn't use the Elysium to the max, and played center and lost the Super Flow. Oh my gosh, and they have Space Stone to pull Reality Stone out too. Gross. I hate that Leech has become popular again. Has Leech become popular again? I've played a lot of the... Oh, you're playing She-Dot. I think the She-Dot deck is much worse than just playing the High Evolutionary build. I've seen people playing Leech in the She-Hulk variations. I think the Moon Girl one is definitely the best variation. There's my Luke Cage. What if I snap them and Enchantress Seer? Can that be a thing? Actually, with two twos here, maybe I want to... Maybe I want to, like, do this, and then next year we can go Enchantress plus a 2 into 2 3s. Yeah, I think I like that. They played Mojo into not their Jean Grey path. Oh, I guess Captain Marvel. I guess Captain Marvel could screw with that. Ooh, that's perfect. So we'll do this. Maybe they have to play center, so I could Polaris center here. Maybe I do this, so that way the Enchantress is a surprise on the last turn. I'm gonna do that. Let the Enchantress be a surprise. So this should win here. And then we play this here, and then Captain Marvel could maybe cover here. Lizard Mojo. Are we gonna get Spectrumed? We're totally gonna get Spectrumed, aren't we? This covers Spectrum, right? Because they'll get +6 here to 16, but then they'll get -4, and they're only getting +4 in the middle. This covers Spectrum. Enchantress is a good tech card, yet. Don't cut Enchantress from your Marvel Snap decks. So many people cut Enchantress from their decks, and they are very, very silly for doing it every single time, in my opinion. Justiper, thank you for the tier 2 and for the almost 4 years at that. Welcome back. Good morning. Good morning. Veridis, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Good to have you here for our early stream. Sharon and Remy, thank you for the 9 months. Good morning, good morning. Ooh, Reality Stone's kind of awkward for us, huh? When I start early, because my kids are back in school for the year. So, just kind of don't have. I was up. I think I'm just gonna proactively get rid of their ongoings before Spectrum happens. I also want to Enchantress before I Cerebro. Hey, Olulan dude, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate that. There's a ton of great people who can send that to every month. Thanks for sending it this way this month. Ooh, rip. Go left, go left. All right, that's a Luke Cage. They also can't double Spectrum me now, right? I think I cage this turn. Because the problem is if I play 2 things here, they could both fill here, and then I might not be able to play Luke Cage because of Crimson Cosmos. So the problem with Silk chat is if I silked, there was no guarantee. If I silked, there was no guarantee that what's the word I'm searching for? If I silked, there was no guarantee that they would play a card here because it was their last slot in Sinister London. Okay, so if they Spectrum here, they get +8 here up to 27, and they get +6 here up to 21. And they get +9 here up to 23. This beats them, right? So they go to 27 here, we're 27 to 27, we're 27 to 23, and we're 20 to 23. I believe we beat Spectrum by 1. Oh, I'm 29 in the middle. 29, 25? I miscounted something, but I think we're still good, right? Yep. Victory. Yeah, I counted this one right, which is good, because that was the one I was counting on dying. How did I mess up here? A lot of numbers in this game. Right on, CJ. Thanks for the 3rd of the year. People asking if the OTA is coming. There's a pinned message above your chat. Knowledge is power. Reading is busted.
Opponent snapped.
King is still undefeated. Yep. Okay, so this gets pumped 5 times. This might be a game where we just don't, Cerebro. Ernick is not good at filling the white hot room. Reblasky, is this going to be the regular start time? I'm going to try a couple of earlier stream starts and look at what metrics look like. It depends on like what viewer buildup and stuff appears to be for the earlier start time. Just doing this because it catches whatever ongoing thing they play here this turn. Ongoing things. Best replacement for Stegron in this list is Absorbing Man. There is no replacement for Silk. You have to have Silk. Just these two, right? You think I want Silk to move around? You didn't have great luck with Absorbing Man. I mean, I think Absorbing Man is worse than Stegron, but I also think it's the best non-Stegron thing you can. Just putting a bunch of stats here is good. So she could jump to there. Is that enough, though? It's not. Close. Would have died regardless there. And the extra energy from... Oh, the extra energy from White Hot Room. I was like, where do they have extra energy from? This time so was previous. I don't think you can play this deck without Silk. I think it's worse to the point of not being worth playing. Why can't we play Silk right that game? Why would I want to play Silk right that game? It doesn't solve any problems. I think that's a good play. Okay, so this is kind of a fun one. I can Spider-Man and he will move and then get pulled back to Asteroid M. So he has a chance to drag someone into Murder World and then bounce back out.
Spider-Man here.
Captain Marvel's a lovely draw here because she lets us play into here without committing more to here. I've seen some folks using the command, by the way. I've gotten the stream title. We're going to be playing a little bit of Genshin Impact later today on stream. Sponsored by the Twitch bounty board. And chat, I have to level with you about this sponsored segment. I play a lot of Genshin Impact off stream, and my Genshin spending budget for the season is determined by how much I can make from the sponsored segment. So for the sake of my anime characters, please stay for the sponsored segment today, okay? I just take their money and then I give it back to them later. So I need more of it so I have more to give back to them later. So if you think you might turn off the stream later, please think of my husbandos. I need to support them. I've only triple crowned a single character in Genshin Impact, and it's my little emo boy Chow. He's lovely. I love Medusa's animation, chat. It's fun. What's triple crown? Triple crown in Genshin refers to using a very limited resource to push your character's skill to the very tippy top level it can push to. Because you have a limited number of those that you can do in a given game, given set. I've been playing Genshin for like a year, and I think I've got maybe like 8 or 9 crowns. Ooh, that's a fun piece of candy. Five power Cosmo here. Okay, so I think the plan here is, I guess I don't really need to commit that. I'm gonna do this. What's my curve look like for the rest of this game? I'm trying to decide, do I want a Spider-Man this turn or next turn? I have a couple of 2s I wouldn't mind drawing and playing. I think it's Spider-Man plus a 2 next turn, and then we hope to draw one of our 2s to go Miles 2-drop, 3-drop on the last turn. I think I play Captain Marvel, just kind of spread out and played all the paths for the time being.
Neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I feel like we probably can't stay. It's got like some combination of Hulks here. Yeah, I'm definitely not giving them 3 cubes. Yeah, the Rivals events are on Wednesday, Thursday next week. Marvel Snap Rivals is Wednesday. Pokemon Unite Rivals is Thursday. Fuck off. Someday, Benjamin Brode will let me decide to not be psychologically abused while making strategic decisions, but today is not that day. Yes! Yeah, I'm gonna be playing at the Pokemon Unite Twitch Rivals next week as well. Yeah, no morning streams on Thursday. On Wednesday, definitely no morning stream on the morning of Snap Rivals. I'm gonna be doing Snap Rivals. I might do Marvel Snap the morning of... I might do some Snap the morning of what's it called, though? What Pokemon do you mean? I one-tricked Leafeon back to Masters, practicing for next week. They probably have Rogue. It's pretty uncommon for the non-Abomination builds of their deck to play Rogue Duck Doolittle. Any suggestions trying to get into Pokemon? Yeah, in the eternal words of Shia LaBeouf, just do it. A bunch of 2s I could draw here. I think I'm gonna do this, and then we could go like Miles, Cerebro plus a 2-drop.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
They stay with just a Hulk? What a weird stay. Mewtwo is banned in the Twitch Rivals tournament, yeah. For Pokemon Unite. And it's full draft with pick ban with bans from each team at the start them as well. So I need to practice a couple of characters that aren't Leafeon, so I can have a few things that I know how to play for the team. You find this matchup to be strong, really? I was thinking it seems like it's hard, because I don't have any way to interact with their big things, but maybe the Stegron and the Spider-Man gives us enough maneuverability. Here's why Mewtwo's banned. Mewtwo is banned because Pokemon Unite has kind of mediocre balance cadence, and the character is, for lack of a better terms, cracked in half. Lore accurate Mewtwo, yes, exactly. Kind of punished for playing the Cerebro to start because I don't want to play into Murray Island now. I think I have to gamble on which direction the Spider-Man goes. It's unfortunate that they Cosmo'd here, so I can't just Cosmo and have it be happy with either of these. But I think I need to flip a coin on the Spider-Man.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Lit. If I burn Stegron here, can I beat them in the middle with 21? I don't know is the answer. The reason why I didn't play Lizard out last turn, yeah, because I don't know why I want to commit Lizard 2 yet. It's this. The Alicia makes the scream. I'm probably supposed to leave since I don't have Stegron anymore.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Yeah, the Alicia was just so much better for them than us. Well, my plan was good until we got leeched. If we hadn't gotten leeched, we would have Stegroned this over to here, and then Captain Marvel would have covered the left easily. I think I was supposed to leave there just because of that. Continue to mute the shitter. We muted them. It's not great for us. I guess with Stegron it could be okay. Depends on how this Mindscape goes. I suppose Enchantress is awkward the way I've set my board up now, though, huh? Probably can't play her.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
They could be magicking here. You want Stegron left to try and hit them into the Space Throne? Maybe? I mean, if we're swapping hands, that's probably fine for us, right? I think I want to just put more numbers into play. Oh, we kind of have to give them Enchantress though, right? I gave them Enchantress and Stegron. I think they're dead. I don't think the Enchantress matters. I will say, I think it's amusing that players who play certain cards seem more likely to be toxic with emotes. Like the person playing Leech. Leech and Galactus are big ones for people that end up being obnoxious with emoticons at certain points. Someone asked if I played a Black Widow deck yet. I haven't, but I did get a gold background split on the Weeb variant, so I'll probably do that. Feel like I missed a few of these in here. Chat, I'm off my game. Dark J, thank you for the 10 months. AK Man, thank you for the 7 months. CJ Amaria, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Several numbers indeed. Erdian, thank you for the over 5 years. I appreciate the 62 months. I am C4IQ. Thanks for re-upping for the 2nd month. Good to have you back. Cody, welcome back. Thanks for the 52. Mr. Cage has enough jackets for everybody, chat. Little snap on Jotunheim. It's weird that I feel the changes we've had recently have been so impactful we don't need an OTA. Yeah, I mean, like, weeks like this are ones where I'm like, well, there's not anything that's obviously busted, so I don't really expect them to, I don't really expect them to nerf anything, right? The week where I expect there to be some buffs. It's probably just a Killmonger, Polaris, sure. We'll go ahead and we'll do this and this, I think. I don't really expect an Enchantress out of them. And then next turn we could go Enchantress, Miles Morales Silk. Or Miles Morales Silk Cerebro if we draw it. They step me back. See what they got.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
They could be Surfer with Rogue. That's an interesting thought. We have priority here is the problem. I shouldn't have played my Luke Cage Center. I still gonna have priority regardless. Yeah, just under the points here. Bennett, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back. Really need Cerebro to be competitive in this matchup, I think. This deck isn't playable without Silk. I think this deck is bad enough without Silk that you should play something else if you don't have Silk. I think you could sub Stegron for Absorbing Man, and the deck's worse, but still playable. You need 3 2 energy, 5 power cards. Thoughts on Omega Red versus Polaris? I think Omega Red is a shit tier card, and Polaris is a highly underrated, very good card.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Wind, aid my hand.
Alright, hopefully we hit their Brood into bar with Dodame here and get a retreat and be 6-6. Lost the 50-50 twice. Oh, I should play Carol right to throw priority. Yeah, that's a good thought. I didn't even think about that. That's a great catch. Definitely all in at this point. Juggernaut Spooky. Yeah, I can't play around anything here. I'm just gonna play my cards and hope for the best. You can't replace 5 power cards with not 5 power cards in this deck, chat. In my opinion, the only card I would substitute and consider still playing this deck is Stegron for Absorbing Man. I know that that's not the answer a lot of people want to hear, but it's the truth. Gizzer, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the folks over here bright and early. We fired up a bit sooner than I usually do for today's stream. My kids started school back up again yesterday, which has me waking up at 6 o'clock instead of 8 o'clock, so might move the stream times up a little bit on some of the days. We'll see what metrics look like. OT updates typically happen sometime this afternoon, so about 5 hours from now, typically. Somewhere in that time range. Yeah, I split my Black Widow anime variant and got a gold on the first try, and I split the Spider-Man 3 times and missed all 3 times, so I'm still using this one. You can't replace Silk with Titania in this deck because Titania is not a card you can play out proactively, whereas Silk is a card you can play out proactively on curve on turn 2. I'm going to Spider-Man the Onslaught Citadel here because I think my opponent is likely to want to storm this location since it's beneficial for my Cerebro.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
It's funny hearing people compare the school start times in different places. Because, like, some people are like, wow, that's early. And other people are like, my kid started a while ago. This is the play to keep their Sarah off, right? I kind of wanted to play Zabu here, but I think I just keep their Sarah off a Citadel. I don't think I can afford to play around a Rogue. Definitely not Rogue Surfer. I could Lizard. No, I can't play around Rogue at all because I would say I could Lizard to try and fake it, but they have priority.
Victory.
Atticus, thank you for the brand new primer. I haven't seen Rogue out of their deck yet. And with them having Dakin and the Destroy sub-theme, I don't think I play around tech cards like Rogue until I see Rogue. There's like the TLDR. What do you think of Rogue? She feels like a dead card in 50% of matchups. Yeah, that's how tech cards work. Yeah, the only cards we haven't seen that I should think about playing around are Surfer and Killmonger. Are certainly two of their 5 missing. If I can continue not having priority, I can Enchantress Sokovia next turn to turn their Sarah off. If they don't have Sarah, I think we're in a good spot. Captain Marvel works how we want with Dark Dimension. Is 20 enough to win the middle? I think 20 is enough to win the middle most of the time. If they don't play anything left, my Spider-Man could swing middle. Something to note about Spider-Man that Glenn Jones has clarified. Spider-Man will prioritize moving to paths where he can move your opponent's stuff to. Meaning if my opponent plays anything into Sokovia this turn, this Spider-Man is guaranteed to swing into the Dark Dimension. If they don't play something here, he's not moving anything and then he flips a coin. But whenever possible, Spider-Man will prioritize moving things, being able to actually move something. Yeah, it's a very, very big thing. It's huge to know. Is the difference between winning and losing in a lot of situations. The max always end up somewhere not center. Awkward. Bashal, thank you for the 3rd of the year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I guess that would make this bigger, huh? My priority here, so I can't Enchantress their Sarah.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Wind, aid my hand.
I think it's this. They could fill here's the problem. God. This is better against Polaris on the right as well. It's that too. Gotta spy a little bit. No, they didn't, right, Captain Marvel? Sick.
Victory.
Hey, JLP, thank you for the 1/4 of a year. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think this one is still, this one is still in my, my running for the, for our rivals deck, potentially. Drake Lockwood, thank you for the 2 years. Enjoy your Hooglandia Castle. Medicus, appreciate the brand new primer. And Fashel, thanks for the 3rd of a year. Our 4th Infinity Conquest ticket. Not bad, not bad. Do I want to sweat through another one? Maybe. I'll try the Little Movers deck with Gene. Yoshiba Nino, thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate that. Oh, we were gonna play a Black Widow deck. Yeah, I think I've got a Widow deck in consideration. Can pull our split up. Reasonable looking variant and split. I think this is my favorite Black Widow variant. I think I don't think I care for Darkhawk version of Bounce after playing it more. So I put this deck list down when... It's a good sleeve for this. I put this deck list down when the Thanos ongoing deck was everywhere because a bunch of people were playing Super Skrull and we could just never beat Super Skrull. However, that is not really a thing anymore. Thanos deck is still around the fringes of the format, but people aren't really playing Skrull to hard tech against it. This deck is bad into Galactus. I don't know that I agree that that's true, but Galactus also isn't really a deck, so even if it was, I'm not concerned about it. So you have to play here. I guess I'll slide Hawk out. I'd really like to draw Korg next turn, so I'd go like Korg Beast middle. A streamer, do you get any extras for Marvel Snap? Marvel Snap gives us an incredibly generous 2,000 gold per month if you are in their content creator program. Fill the left here for now. Official content creators do get early access to some information from Second Dinner regarding things in Marvel Snap. Enchantress in their Yondu deck. Alright, sure. You have a lot of gold. What's the most efficient way to spend if you don't care about variants? Well, I assume you're then implying that the thing that you care about is account progression, in which case buying the most efficient bundles possible is the best thing to be spending on. I assume we're dead here. Their deck's pretty fucking weird, though. I was gonna pay 1 more cube to see what their last turn was. I don't know that I'm willing to pay 3 more cubes. It's good to know. Enchantress is a card we have to care about, though. Prioritize playing Hawks later on. And think about that when we're trying to Mystique things. What are they gonna do when they run out of relevant known Marvel characters? I mean, you could look at Marvel Snap's list of cards and see that they don't just use relevant known characters. What the hell is an Orca, exactly? Cerebro and Quinjet aren't even characters, that's true.
Wakanda forever!
Two, 4, 7, 10. This puts me to 20 here.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, I think I'm just leaving again. Our draws have been super awkward. So from Black Panther, we could probably extrapolate that, like, there's maybe an Arnim Zola in their deck. Maybe. At some point, our opponent's gonna boomer step us. We're gonna have a Shang-Chi, and we're gonna take 4 cubes from them. But for now, we'll just bide our time. If they don't fill the raft this turn, Iron Man plus a free 6 drop on London's probably pretty good. I guess they do have Enchantress. Could go on the last turn, though. That's certainly a thing that was allowed to happen. I think I'm doing this and I'm just playing the Shang-Chi for stats.
Wakanda forever!
Third deck's just really fucking weird. It's not good practice to play against anyway, so I'm just gonna go ahead and let them take 8 cubes here if they've got it.
Wakanda forever. Wakanda forever.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
We win, right? Okay. Good chat.
Victory.
Good job boomer snapping, bud. This is why boomer snapping's wrong, chat. Good players just like leave for one twice and then take 8 fucking cubes off you. Oh. They didn't use their Wrath card. Their Wrath card probably got Ice Manned. That's one of the reasons why we Ice Manned the previous turn.
Oh, snap.
They could have also gotten a Gigantor or a Destroyer or something. God, their Ice Bands have been brutal. Alright, don't screw me, brood. Nailed it. What an easy game. I'm gonna play Black Widow here. Nah, I was saying the off chance I draw Beast, but if I draw Beast, I don't really want to pick the Black Widow back up. She's not useful on turn 6. Yeah, I think there's a good chance they're just a less experienced player. Both their snapping habits and card pool / deck kind of imply they have a little bit less experience with the game. Something to keep in mind is there's less collection level based matchmaking the higher you get in Conquest. So the base level has oh god, the Shang-Chi. The base level Proving Grounds has MMR based has matchmaking with collection level based matchmaking similar to if you were playing on the ladder. Silver's a little bit less, gold's almost none, and infinite's actual none. To people saying there's more gold tickets in circulation so you're gonna get more newer players in Gold Conquest, chat, you literally only get Gold Conquest tickets out of reserves if you're Series 3 complete. So no, newer players are not getting more Gold Conquest tickets. That is not how the system change works remotely at all. In fact, I would argue part of the reason why the system change was good is because giving gold tickets to people who are Series 3 complete are people that should be more interested in Conquest. And Road tells me in ads you can't commit and buy all the cards right away. That's true. Yes, it's basically the free gold tickets are going to encourage people who hit Series 3 complete but haven't touched Conquest before to be like, oh, I have this thing, maybe I should go use it now. I don't really like Conquest. Getting tickets and reserves feels kind of bad. I mean, before you were getting 50 collector's tokens, which also felt kind of bad. Yoshi Benito, thank you for the 16 months. Fet's Fat, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. JLP, I appreciate the 1/4 of a year. Are my notifications busted? I keep seeing them late. Maybe my brain's broken this morning. Are they not coming up in chat for me? I mean, it's fine to not like Conquest, but it's not like they took away a different thing and replaced it with something that some people won't use. I think I want to Widow into Zabu Korg. That's my plan. All right, well, we dodged them discarding the Widow's Bites. We got that going for us. Solid draw into Ant Maze. East is a little late at this point. If Iron Man goes left, that gives us a total of 22 there, so I think that's good enough. We're kind of hoping to draw Mystique here on the last turn. I've talked about this before, but I think a lot of people, I think part of the complaining about collector's reserves being bad since they added spotlight tokens, or since they added spotlight caches, is kind of just part of the fact that I think there's a lot of people who kind of became Series 3 complete around the same time that changeover happened, because reserves also sucked under the old system. I'm not going to say that they're like good or exciting underneath the spotlight cache system, but they also weren't particularly good or exciting before that either. So I don't really know that it's not like the system is to blame for making them less exciting. So the November season will be the Marvels. Yeah, that movie's supposed to come out sometime around then, right? There's a movie with all the Marvels coming. I think it's the gold loss. I think most people playing Marvel Snap didn't know that they were getting gold from outside the collection level track to begin with. Well, they didn't have a 4 drop on 4. That's interesting. Or on 3. That's interesting. Gonna give that one as a thumbs up to Black Widow, I think. I think I rock slide mid. already snapped this game, right? I'm gonna Rock Slide mid, and then we'll Iron Man mid, and then we'll Hawk somewhere else on the last turn.
Clear for takeoff.
That's an interesting proposition. So they have to play here this turn. Maybe I do this and I bail out. No, because I won't. I'm sorry, I was thinking this costs 3. I was thinking I could play all 3 of these the last turn, but I can't. And I guess we have to contest here then.
I am Iron Man.
I want to draw Zabu or Luke Cage here. Oh, there's a chance they play for left and right. But there's also a chance their hand is just full of rocks. I would have stayed if I could have played 4 power here and then like played this over here. I think as is I gotta go. He did one of our 2s.
Escape.
I think it would be toxic to buff Black Widow. I think Black Widow could probably stand to be a 2-2 like Scorpion. Is that a reasonable take? Okay, we're at 2-3 here. Generally speaking, I like widowing into Machine World when my hand is decent, because if they widow the Machine World, I just get to bite them back. So like they take a draw from me, but then I take a draw back from them, and it ends up being fine. Especially when I'm on track to fill the Sacred Timeline in there or not. Yes, today's YouTube video will be an OTA patch review. Shang-Chi the Dino. Luke Cage. This is 7 here to their 6, and I throw some stats in the middle. Azure Ace, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. Yeah, there's a few knobs they could twist on balancing Black Widow. They could make the Widow's Bite -1 or make it cost 1 energy. Seems like reasonable things to be doing. They just played like I couldn't beat them on the right. RGBH, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Who is their avatar? Their avatar is Agent 13. season pass variant of Agent 13 from the closed beta. Had one of those $10 reruns. Oh, that one hasn't rerun yet. Okay. Yeah, that was one of the later ones, right? The Shield one reruns next month. Okay. That was the Nick Fury season pass. While they stayed on no play on 2 into the raft. That seems crazy. Call me maybe. So if I hawk, next turn I draw a card. And then I beast these. And I'll have the generated card plus these 3 back to my hand, which I think is good. I basically just don't want my Darkhawks to be Shang-Chi-able. If possible. And one of the nice things about Bast with Darkhawk is that even if I don't draw any of my enablers, I'll be able to still have a pretty sizable Hawk, like what, it's 9? Still with no rocks or whatever. The Beast bounce here means I can like even play Destroyer if we draw it.
Victory.
At that, Twitch has ink splits on our emotes. I like slick them here. In general, I prefer to Iceman before Korg. Especially in a Zabu matchup, being able to Iceman their Zabu 1 and 3 is like huge. Golly. Always lucky. For what it's worth, I played center because I didn't want to put Iceman and Korg into X-Mansion, so that way if I draw Beast, I could have a clean path to pick them back up. Mayday 7, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you re-upping your Prime this way and helping keep me around. Are beta players on the same server? It's usually a different experience once other servers. So everybody that was in a first wave beta invite is on the same server. And then there were like second and third wave beta invites on a second server. It's like you'll notice Ordinary Harry is on the same server I play on, even though he's in Cyprus, because he's was one of the beta players. I think I do this, and the null actually lets me play around their Shang-Chi a little bit, which is funny. And you'll note here that I sequenced in a way that makes it so, I don't have priority if they played right. Oh, I guess this is awkward, though, because now if they do have Shang-Chi, my Mystique doesn't copy. Did I, like, do this instead? Got him.
I am Iron Man.
Yeah, I could copy Null, but copying Null's, like, kind of mediocre if they don't Shang me, right? So, this deck isn't really an established deck, like it's not one that's gonna pop up on untapped lists. But it's funny, I feel like I always queue into this deck that the opponent's playing when I'm playing this deck, and I think this deck is just a better version of what the opponent's deck is doing. I think the Darkhawk Devil Dino deck is like super middling, and like what this is doing with the Iron Man and the Beast Plan hits harder more consistently. The Dino Hawk deck, every time I play it, just feels super awkward. Compared to the Legion version, I think it's just a different deck than that. Always been a fan of the Bass Korg Beast Talk package. Yeah, I agree, Violet Journey. I would consider Black Widow a core part of that too. But in general, I agree that I like Beast with the disruptive 1-drops.
Opponent snapped.
This is they have a Zabu Snap. Nope. Do we know if Second Dinner is doing away with the big bad status on cards? Where did you hear that? Stack this up and try and pile some friends into here. Says local man, realizing that that's a Cosmo now. This is kind of bad for us. Kind of need both of these to go right. Wish granted. Ever a world where this wins the game? So the intention was never that there were going to be constant big bad Suckman. There's a world where this wins the game. Oh, I guess their Hawk's only an 8. They could Chavez, though. A lot of these Iron Lad decks play Chavez. They have a Cosmo. Yeah, but they can't Cosmo and play a big thing. They could play two little things left, I suppose. What is Big Bad status? So Big Bads are, the current list is Thanos, Galactus, Kang, and is there a fourth one? Thanos, Galactus, Kang. There's a fourth one, right? Or is it only the three? High Evolutionary. Yes, High Evolutionary. They are cards that are permanently Series 5, meaning they'll never downgrade series. And again, despite much complaining and fear-mongering on Reddit, card series downgrades are a thing that will be eventually returning to Marvel Snap. They are currently paused while they increase the size of Series 4 and 5 so they work with... what's it called? The Spotlight system. Think it's just talking to Mystique. And I can't get Shang-Chi on the right because of Cosmo. The Black Widow variant went up in the shop last night. There's a 4K gold pack with a bunch of credits and then Black Widow and Spider-Man anime variants. They drew Darkhawk playing here backfires on me, but my deck's also, like, really big already, right? They're leaving. I think I was gonna talk myself into staying, but they should definitely retreat later. Yeah, I might just let the 3 ride. I think it's let the 3 ride mid, and then like go Vision here, Bast here. Oh, retreating could have very well been correct too.
This land is always changing.
Sure.
Opponent snapped. Snap.
Oh no, we're playing a Dark Hawk deck now, yeah. Yeah, so ladder diversity is pretty solid right now, but the higher tiers in Conquest are definitely concentrated around very specific types of decks. And I'm gonna be curious to see long term if they feel like they want to balance around Conquest or just ladder more. Feels like that could go either way. I mean, ladder's almost assuredly played more than Conquest. More casual game modes are way more appealing. I don't really want to draw a rock. They have Sarah and Vision in their deck. Wild.
I am Iron Man.
My Dark Hawk is the problem. They could make this bigger and I could hit a Shang-Chi. They're all in, so we're staying, obviously.
I am Iron Man.
Yeah, we're just dead. Unfortunate that our deck was significantly better into this location than theirs was. I feel like if they don't want to introduce the concept of like sideboards and stuff, they probably need to balance around this format a little bit. I think that would be the line for me. It's like, okay. Wasn't Vision more power? I mean, I was attempting to hit a Shang-Chi. Listen to the words that I said.
Opponent snapped.
Oh, wait, see if they have a Zabu. I think 2 or 3 cards would be ideal sideboard size for this game, yeah. Certain location shouldn't be in Conquest, in your opinion. I think your opinion sucks. I think most of the locations people complain shouldn't be in Conquest are some of the most skill-testing locations in the game. And if the goal of Conquest is to test skill, they should definitely be in the game. I guess it depends on what your goal is. Skill testing not equal fun though. Yeah, but Conquest isn't supposed to be a casual for fun mode. Conquest is supposed to be a skill testing competitive mode. Ego and Worldship are skill testing. Yes. If you don't understand how Ego is skill testing, you don't understand a key part of Marvel Snap, which is that the snap mechanic is a core key part of the game. Six cards in my deck, 6 cards in theirs. Means Darkhawks are tied in the middle. I get that there's this snap-on ego meme that exists, but the purpose of ego as a location is to test your ability to evaluate your position in a given game based on possible outputs, and then retreat or snap appropriately to leverage that advantage. Looks like we got him here. The always snap on ego mean completely deletes the skill testing part of the location.
Victory.
But ego takes the game and removes the you're playing cards aspect of it and makes it entirely about the you're evaluating your position in this game and then snapping or retreating based on percentage plays part of it. And a lot of people are really bad at that part of the game. They don't understand pot odds. They like something we talk about all the time, right? Is like if people retreated more, they'd be more successful. So like, it doesn't surprise me that a lot of people don't understand that part of that location because it's a meme for a reason. Are Conquest decks good ladder decks, but not the other way around? Yes, so the way I would describe the difference in deck power level for Marvel Snap Conquest versus ladder is that good decks are better in Conquest and bad decks are worse in Conquest. So the delta, the difference between the haves and the have-nots gets bigger inside of Conquest. Isn't my position in the game determined by my potential output, which isn't guaranteed by ego? So your output range is different under ego, but it's still an output range you can think about statistics into. You're right that it's not the same output range as you playing yourself. But it still very much exists. And it's still very much you can count. What's the best way to put it is good players at Marvel Snap won't win more games under ego because it's fully random, but good Marvel Snap players will win more cubes under ego than bad Marvel Snap players. And that's the key thing to think about and understand. Alright, I'm gonna write down those Bass Talk games. Those are pretty solid. I get a highlight out of some of that. That's true for any location. It's not true if a location was truly all random, but you're right. Good players will mitigate variance more frequently than bad players. Is a accurate statement to make. All right, I need a cooldown period, chat. We just got 2 Infinite Conquest tickets in a row, one with Cerebro 5 and one with Bass Talk. So I think I wanna chill here with the Silver Conquest with some nonsense. OTA updates typically happen in about 4 to 5 hours from now. I'm planning to stream through that time.
Right.
At some point between now and then, we're going to be checking out some Genshin Impact on stream. Genshin, for those not familiar, is a third-person action RPG that I play an incredible amount of off-stream. I think it is genuinely one of the best RPG games in existence. They put a lot of resources into the game, and it really shows. If you want an easy way to support my content, hanging out for the sponsored segment's a great way to do that. So I told chat my secret earlier. I should have snapped before Lockjaw was up. I was talking, they're probably leaving now. Whatever I make from Genshin sponsored segments, I typically put back into the game. So chat, for the sake of my anime character fund, please hang out for the sponsored segment. I'm actually gonna do this and clear the ones here. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Got a question for the discussion earlier. What is sideboarding? Sideboarding is a mechanic from games like Magic the Gathering and Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you can change cards out of your deck with a side deck in between games at certain predetermined spots. Is there a link to the Bass Talk deck? You can always have ! decks in chat to grab a link to my decks on that platform. And Gambit some nerds here. Maybe we'll leave Gambit in play, actually. We'll tuck the Power Stone. Could move Lockjaw. Oh, that's a fun idea. Yeah, that's probably better, actually, right? Because I get to play more into him. Good shout. Good shout. Actually, I'm gonna keep the Power Stone because we have Thanos, so we played a lot of stones out. Let's do this. Maybe I'm actually not supposed to magic here. They're clearly playing some kind of combo deck, right? Alright, it's fine. We could just scam them. I think I'm doing nothing this turn. Like 4 of your cubes, please, opponent. This deck list always feels like it punches above its weight class. It's like this is performing way better than any rate that it has to. Even if we would have missed the Hella draw, we would have gotten a reroll on the Reality Stone anyways with the what's it called? Is Reality Stone 50-50 on getting Magic? Yeah, but Magic doesn't make Limbo on turn 6 anymore. Full successful. There's some kind of surfer deck, maybe?
Victory.
Good old invisible Lockjaw. Is Death replaceable in this deck?
Right.
Yeah, you could probably play like Hulk or something in there. Make sure Killmonger's a bit worse, though. Yes, death is good with Lady Sif as well. That's an accurate take. They could be a deck and deck, is accurate. You shouldn't be able to end the game on turn 6 before pulling Limbo. I think that's actually a pretty important balancing mechanic to those effects. I think you could argue it shouldn't double the cubes up. I think that's a fine argument to make. Ooh, losing Killmonger here is actually pretty bad for us. I guess there's a chance that they Killmonger us this turn. We have priority. I discarded Killmonger, so I think we're just leaving here.
Escaped.
Is it to kick them cubes back?
Destiny will arrive.
Awkward. I'm glad we have magic at least. You wanted to make discard Surfer work, but I couldn't find any decent way to protect Surfer in your hand. You try Invisible Woman? Tuck him in under there. Played Reality Stones. They know we can't rug pull them. The Sarah's an interesting play. If they Killmonger us this turn, death is cheaper for next turn at least. I assume if they have Killmonger, they want to play it to clear the rocks out so they gain board space back. A Surfer. They go up to 18 here. How do we know they have no 3s? Surfer adds no power left is a great call out. Oh, Killmonger could mean we only tie left, so I didn't play Max there. It's a good show. Oh, Killmonger would hit Rocket too, so we're good either way. Yeah. Weird game. Just alien games are strange shit.
Destiny will arrive.
Dazzler was a Triskelion card there for them, for those that weren't paying attention. Please be a path that's kind to Lockjaw. Please be a path that's kind to Lockjaw. Doesn't this deck generate weird, crazy games consistently? We don't really generate random cards. Our deck puts our cards in random places with some frequency, but well, just doing this into Hella next turn. I mean, we're definitely here for this, chat. We're definitely here to play this game of Marvel Snap. Clip it, ship it, and rip it, baby. Let's burn some calories while they figure out what they're doing. I've got no control over what's going on here. We're either gonna win or we're gonna lose, and it's gonna be excellent either way. Get our bike pedal on. Killmonger discard incoming. LOL. Okay. Woo! That's pretty good. Rip! No! Hella! Actually, the 2 worst hits out of 6. 4 good hits. Hit the 2 shit ones. We should have kept Limbo. Yeah, I should have kept Limbo.
The universe shall be set right.
We're never in a rush to play Power Stone out. We don't want to Killmonger this one ideally, and holding this in our hand can be good if we draw Hela and don't want to discard her. You're currently witnessing why I could never play Collecting Company. You have an idea of when the PC version of the game will come out. They said summer, which technically is through the middle of September, is still summer. So we'll see, I guess. Okay, so they already absorb Big Band. So the most they can add here is 4 up to 23. So 27 is going to be enough to win there. And then we try and sort out the left tier afterwards. They can Killmonger the Mosh. Sure, I think that's unlikely though. If they have an Odin in their Silver Surfer deck, they want it more than we do, they can have it. Devil in Design, thank you for the brand new primer, appreciate that. That totally didn't show up in chat. It's not that I'm crazy, it's that, oh, they're lagging. They're lagging on me. Oh, they could land into Surfer and then draw Surfer. Sarah doesn't do a lot for them here. Okay, so this is actually a very good draw because it draws the stones out of my deck before it fishes something up. So it makes us more likely to hit Thanos or Death here. I believe. Monka! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, chat, why is their Gambit so much better than ours? Why is their Gambit so much better than ours? Oh, we even won the left, chat. Oh, we even won the left. Rip. Rip. He's a mercenary, he does what he wants, right? I'm gonna give the Thanos deck one run back. Stand up for a little bit.
Destiny will arrive.
With the exercise bike chat, people keep asking me if I've like lost weight or gained more energy or stuff like that, but I need to emphasize something important. I don't exercise to lose weight. I exercise so I can sit here and have this bag of chocolate pretzels on my desk and eat it whenever I want and maintain my weight while doing so. It's all about priorities. All right, so I think we go Reality Stone left, Cosmo Surfer. Ship it. Batches! If you have the self-control to not eat the whole bag, do you really need the bike? What's going on? It's for the 41 months. Ooh, Captain Marvel jumping back mid might get us here. 15? So they're at 20. I'm at 11. Yeah, they got us. GG.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
With the new update on Twitch, will you block ban users from watching the stream or will you leave it as? I honestly cannot think of a good reason to not let a banned user watch the stream. Anybody with half a brain will just log out anyways. And if they want to be a view count for me, why wouldn't I want to let them be a view count for me? More power to them. For people that don't follow industry news, Twitch is adding the feature to their platform to let you make it so banned users can no longer view the stream. As is, if someone is banned, they can watch the stream, they just can't see chat. Like to murder your Daredevil before you get to use it.
systems go.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
The universe shall be sent, right?
Yeah, the YouTube system of not letting trolls know that they're actually banned, so they just continue posting comments shouting into a void where they're the only one that sees their nonsense is, it's a neat take. Legion is a good Marvel Snap card. Legion's a fine Marvel Snap card.
Wind, aid my hand.
It's kind of, it's rare that this is the case for me. But if I'm being honest, the more I play with Legion, the less impressed by the card that I am. And the more I play against it. It's like, it's not a bad card. But the more I see it in action, the more it feels like a, what's the word? The more I see it in action, the more it feels like Iron Lad, where like it's a good card, but people just like think way too much of it. It's a really adorable effect. Stuff could end up anywhere. Fix it in post. Thanks for the brand new primer. Appreciate that. Why does the whole board keep coming? Because that's the Legion card we're talking about. Legion makes every location the location he has played at when he flips up. One of the things that always happens when I talk about a card not being good or thinking from a theory perspective a card's less than optimal is there's always a handful of people that pipe up in chat that are like, but Jeff, I got infinite with that card, or but Jeff, I got an infinite ticket with that card. Marvel Snap is a game with an incredible amount of variance, and it's very possible and relatively straightforward to do well with cards that are not good, or cards that are less than optimal. In fact, I would even go so far as to say you should take it as a compliment when I describe a card as not optimal and you did well with it, because it means that you were a good enough player to help that card get across the finish line. simply being like, I won games with the card is like the epitome of being what we call results-based. You're like, oh, I won a couple of things, ergo it's good.
Wind aid my hand.
Okay, so I want to make sure I play Mind Stone here. So that way, if they Legion the flooding this turn, I win left and right. Actually, I should probably play Swordmaster here as well. So that way, if they Legion the flooding, I beat Jeff. I assume they're legioning the White Hot Room. Yeah, speaking of infinite tickets, we had an infinite ticket with this one, right? At one point. Ah, lost the breaker by a little bit. Need a reality stone to go mid with Surfer. Is this the best Thanos deck right now? Zach! Something you should be very aware of about this stream is most of the decks we play are fun/bad.
The universe shall be set right.
This is among that descriptor. The Thanos control deck from before the patch is still decidedly the best Thanos deck.
Wind aid my hand.
Ever consider playing a Galactus deck? I do not think Galactus strategies are particularly fun or interesting. I think Legion is a very playable Marvel Snap card that people keep shoving into decks that he doesn't belong in because he's an emotionally satisfying card to get people with. Legion is a very fun card because people like to feel like they juked their opponent. Legion is good at accomplishing that feeling. Yes, getting people with Legion provides dopamine, so people enjoy it. I also want to emphasize there's nothing wrong with enjoying that. Like, knock yourself out. Marvel Snap's a game you should play for fun. Do we get him here? Oh my gosh. Coin flip. No, wait, we're good regardless, right? Yeah, because we're in the left too. Sick.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
I think I just do this to have a coin flip on Infinite into the middle, huh? Oh, I guess we're drawing a card, so 1 and 3. Still.
Wind, aid my hand.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Grr. Delusional. Thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Good morning. Good morning. Truly unfortunate series of draws here. Literally every card in my deck other than Hello was playable this turn. This is a Lambie deck, that's true. They're all Lambie decks, chat. Every single one of them. Kinda wanna draw another stone here. Rip. Lambie got all of their decks from Raynet. Now that's definitely true. Certainly the biggest truth. It's okay, chat. Sometimes the lockjaws and the hella swings are not in your favor. We really needed a card to be able to play on turn 4 there. We're just missing a little bit of stats there at the end of the game. You said you wanted to draw stones at the end. That's true. Okay, chat. If you want an easy way to support what I do here, keeping me here every day, hanging out for our sponsored segments, a great way to do that. We're going to be switching back to Snap after an hour while we wait for the OTA updates, but we're waiting for OTAs, so it's a great day to get in some Genshin. They just released a brand new area. I know there are a number of people that roll their eyes whenever I do sponsored stuff, but Genshin is a game that I literally play every single day off stream. Metrics just aren't quite strong enough for me to stream it all the time, but when a sponsored opportunity comes up on the Twitch bounty board, I like to jump into it. But I have a lot of anime friends, chat, and most of them are very, very high. Oh, my camera's over their levels. I have a lot of friends that I've invested a lot of time into. For people, let's open with some combat really quick here for people that haven't seen that. So, Genshin's combat, for people that aren't familiar, you see I've got 4 friends down the right side of my screen. And the combat loop here is, generally speaking, you're building teams of characters out of the ones that you have, and you rotate through them inside of combat in a specific order to get the most out of them. The Spiral Abyss just reset? The Spiral Abyss just reset. Let's do a floor or 2 in here, and then we'll dive on into some of the new Fontaine content. It's the most difficult way I can support your content, none of this easy stuff. So the Spiral Abyss here is like endgame content where you like pick 8 of your characters in 2 teams and run through some floors of monsters that resets twice per month. Let's pop on into here. Let's check. There's cryo dorks in the first half of some of these. So probably don't want ice in the first half. Put my Wanderer team in the first half. Put Alhaitham and the lads in the second half. How is this game from a free-to-play perspective? I don't free-to-play any of the games that I play, but I am told from other people in the subs Discord who free-to-play that it is a reasonable experience. One of the big things to note about Genshin is that there's no direct PvP content. So when you're purchasing or accelerating to get extra characters with money, it's just to add a little bit more variety faster to the range of things that you play. So it's not like you're like racing against Leviathan Kraken 4276 and they're beating you up in a PvP arena. Okay, so the way this team works is Diota puts a shield up. Raiden gives us some extra energy recharge. The first couple of floors are relatively straightforward for my teams. And then Faruzan's what's called a sub DPS, where she gives extra bonuses to my Wanderer. He zooms around and knocks people out. And he kicks the ball with them. This game's on Android, iOS, and PC and PlayStation. I do most of my off-stream time playing on my PlayStation 5. Is my couch console. Honestly, I could probably do a lot of this floor without needing to do proper rotations. I never liked Leviathan Kraken 426. It's true. They're real rotten. So this team is a triple reaction team, what's called Bergens. I think I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but the basic idea is this lead character here, he creates what are called these dendrocores, like these grass balls. And then if you wet them and then light them on fire, they explode. So Kokome puts down water, and Xingqiu helps with the water as well, and then Toba constantly makes fire, so Alhaitham can make them explode.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Be to oblige.
Come on. The process of elimination.
You got the Genshin sponsor for the other day. So Genshin periodically shows up on what's called the Twitch bounty board, which lots of game companies put their stuff on where people who stream on Twitch can pull sponsor opportunities from. So I was expecting it to come up with their big match on there. We've done this on stream a couple of times before when it comes up. I like giving an excuse to show off my characters. I'm a very min-maxer person when I play my RPGs, so my characters' kits are pretty well spec'd out. My Wanderer's at 80% crit rate and almost 200% crit damage. So one of the things that's almost like deck building from my card gamers that I enjoy in games like this is when you're building the characters, you have artifacts that you farm for that have a primary stat and then substats, and then different characters want different stats depending on what roles that they have on your team. So like figuring out which combinations of item sets optimize things and which stats are based on how you mix and match which ones you farm for are what I enjoy part of it. I've got a few characters that have relatively good stats, like Chao's at 80 and 180. All right, let's jump into the Fontaine stuff. It's a full single player RPG, and they just added a whole new part. Let me highlight the map here real quick for people that haven't seen this game and understand how big it is. So this is the first area. This is Mondstadt. And this is the second area. This is Liyue. Sumeru is technically the fourth area, because way down over on the right here that I could jump to, there's this giant island nation that is Inazuma. And then on top of that, you can see there's some other, like this Enkonomaya and the chasms. These are additional underground areas that are sub-regions in some of these. And then they just added Fontaine in a large patch. They do a large patch every year that adds a new big region. I'm told Genshin is a very reasonable free-to-play game. And I think a big part of that is there's nothing exclusively paywalled. You have access to all the same content, and all of the actual story content is free. It's just characters that are monetized.
What were we up to the first time we came here? Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her.
Up a little bit so we're not over the dialogue. Some people dislike Paimon's voice, but my voice also gets a lot of criticism, so I'm empathetic to Paimon. I really don't mind.
So much time has already passed since then, and it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahita's in charge, right? Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time, and then Nahita won't have any more new problems to deal with.
Hard to say what will happen.
Yes, you're right. We somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it. Who knows what will happen next?
Yes, it's also note if you're someone that enjoys games and you want to be a very small spender, Genshin's daily login thing that's like an absurd ratio of in-game stuff is $5 a month. That's very cheap. Do you still play the in-game Genshin TCG? Occasionally, but not all the time. When they drop new cards, sometimes I poke into it. I really hope they do a standalone client for the Genshin TCG at some point. The gameplay's really good. Like a full-fledged ladder and stuff that'll let people get into it more would be sweet.
Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
We are definitely a magnet for trouble, chat.
Huh? Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out. Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Next stop, Fontaine.
Look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business. Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey.
Hobbit, to set an entirely low bar, getting characters you actually want to get in this game is much better than most of those other games that you just listed. I've played a lot of those ones as well, and I don't play them anymore, and I still play this.
But never mind that. What brings you here?
There's also more actual story content here. Like, this is like an actual RPG where you're like pushing buttons and playing the game instead of just like pushing an auto battle button and watching it go.
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
The Fontaine.
Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place. Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it.
They have their own launcher on PC, Hobbit.
Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we get a chance.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle.
Oh, they're on the Epic Store as well. I didn't know that.
So, when are you leaving?
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
How long have I played this game for? I think July of last year is when I started. Mods, could you turn slow mode off, by the way, while we're in the sponsored thing? Chat's usually less busy. I appreciate the people that are hanging out.
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this.
Genshin does a really good job of, like, every region has its very own unique texture and feel. Sumeru, where we're at right now, is a split, like, jungle desert. It actually has kind of two vibes going on. Inazuma is kind of like feudal Japan. Mondstadt is more like traditional high fantasy. And the upcoming Fontaine region that we're going to head to is supposed to be steampunky, I believe.
Now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
What game would you prefer to compare the combat to? So, the combat is like third-person action RPG, but less like dodging and timing windows and more understanding the timing of rotating through your characters to min-max when you press their ultimates and their skills that charge their ultimates. Fontaine's kind of like a mix of France and Italy with steampunk. Okay, that's neat.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida?
She'll know from our dreams anyways.
There's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
I'm excited to hear what the Fontaine music sounds like. They usually have really good audio design, and each area has its own. I like the giant waterfall vibe on the edge of the desert. Down that way.
Behold!
Behold. Can we just glide across is the question. Think we'll make it? Oh, there's a wave rider thing down here. Drop and grab that. You can 100% do all of the content in Genshin without spending any money. The only thing that is monetized in Genshin is getting additional character pulls, and you still get a number of character pulls even without spending any money, and you get a range of characters guaranteed completely for free. So you can experience all of the RPG and story and the awesome range of realms and stuff without putting any money in. It basically just gives you a wider range of combat options and combos if you pick more characters up by spending. Been a while since I had an area that wasn't unlocked by a statue. There's people on YouTube that do no polls playthrough. That's interesting. So they only play with the characters they give you directly.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port! Wow! Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine! Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines!
It's more
Just
impressive
seeing
than I
the sights as a
expected.
tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think?
Let's go meet the Hydra
Good idea.
Archon.
Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point.
Journey is to find my sibling. That's true.
More
That is
we
a
can find, the
revert
better.
quest.
So, what do you think the Hydra Archon's like? Will we get along? Nahida said that she has a very unique personality, whatever that means.
Yes, your accounts are fully cross-platform. I regularly play on this account on my phone, my PlayStation 5, and the PC. You log in with your Hoyoverse account on all of them. I'm actually playing on PC with my PlayStation 5 controller right now. It just plugs in and goes.
Let's go see if we can join the party.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives.
It's true.
Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough. Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
Calling the court system the Opera House is a little on the nose. Yeah, it is great to see the PlayStation controller fully integrated with the PC build. It's definitely the gamepad's my preferred way to play most games.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
Thank you, Paimon.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette. As well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine, too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
It's gonna be more direct than the Dendro Archon in Sumeru.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before.
Yeah, usually they're more reserved and removed or hidden.
Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Mascot's less appealing than celebrity.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Well, that's good at least.
Alright, I think we get
You
it.
can disrespect
Thank you.
the state.
At least we now know know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House.
Is it too late to get into Genshin? I mean, starting Genshin now just means you have infinite content to get through whatever your playtime allows. For reference, I started playing Genshin Impact just before the 4th region released last year. And over the course of the last year, I got through pretty much all of it. There's some, like, miscellaneous time-limited stuff they do each patch that doesn't rerun, but that's not critical to the story, the main storyline that's going on. So you could definitely jump in and have a good time. I jumped in several years in, and it's not one of my favorite games.
But who knows how long making an appointment will take? Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime. Hey! What are you looking over there for? Huh. Maybe something's the matter.
Oh, this is the new 4-star collectible character,
She's
right?
to jump into the water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her.
Now that you're in the end game, how much content or stuff is there to do week to week or day to day? So, like, doing daily missions, if you want to clear all the daily stuff, probably takes me less than 20 minutes. And then each patch cycle, which lasts about 6 weeks, there is usually a unique story, quest, or minigame type things that has to do with that. And usually for each 6-week segment, that content can take anywhere from a couple of hours to double digits worth of hours, depending on how much meat they put into it. Usually there's like a minigame section plus another section of fully voiced RPG style content. And then there's also things like the Spiral Abyss that resets twice per month that I did a little bit to show the combat off here to start. Unlock any statue of 7 and Fontaine to begin. I might, the main story stuff is, I did claim my free one. The main story stuff is, people that have started this, should I talk to her really quick, or is this going to be super long, or can I just, like, dive into exploring Fontaine now? I kind of wouldn't mind just, like, walking around the city. Should I talk to her to advance it? I should go explore now. It's locked. Okay.
Too slow.
This is above us, it looks like. There's some stairs over here. Oh, take the elevator. Where's the elevator? The elevator at the top.
Too slow. You think I've got a sharp tongue? I just tell it like it is. If someone can't handle it,
oh, that's true. There is a battle pass that gives you extra resources, but those are resources you could also just farm up. And there's a free track to it. The one thing you can't farm from the battle pass that you have to that does from the battle pass that's paid is there's where is it? There's 10 different weapons that you get to pick one of every time you hit level 30 in the battle pass. There's 10 different 4-star weapons that are behind that. Give you 4-star weapons. The battle passes are $10 and they're on a 6-week timer. So there's like 8 or 9 of them per year. Any tips for a new person starting it? Yeah, my number one tip would be you can do the overworld story content with literally any team of characters built up. So don't be afraid to just play characters that you like and level characters early on. It's basically trivial to get characters level 40 or 50 in terms of overall experience that they take. So just like level some characters at the start and try their combat styles and find the ones that you like. Also, if you're a sub, we have a super active Genshin Impact thread under Gaming General in the subs Discord server, where there's plenty of folks happy to answer questions. is the battle pass generally worthwhile in my opinion. The weapons are all right on a number of characters, and the 680 gems here that you get at the top if you finish it that are blocked behind my camera is an okay rate of $10 for that. So yeah, I usually buy the battle pass. Also, I mentioned this earlier before we started, but I usually take a chunk of the money I get for doing sponsored segments like this and send it back to the Genshin Impact people to buy stuff on occasion. I spend dollar dues on the game past the two small spender things. So this statue kind of opens up the world map here so we can see. And then like this one here will open up the next world map, and this one will open up the next. Yeah, it's technically less than 15 a month for both of the small spender things too, because the battle pass is more than a month. It's like 6 weeks. I'd actually, and if you're only buying one of the things, I'd recommend you buy the $5 daily pass rather than the battle pass first. The battle pass is the second purchase in this game. Of water. And certainly the Nation of the Hydra Archon, even the Statue of the Seven are water fountains. That light wasn't normal at all. Did you feel uncomfortable? Oh, right. We have Hydra. So your main character in this game is one that you can build and play. It is playable in a number of team compositions, and his element changes with each region that you get to. So up till now, he's been able to be Anemo, Lightning, Dendro, and Geo, and now he can gain water once we're here in this region. Fontaine's Blessing. Mysterious power flows through the statue and imbues you with the blessing of the transoceanic source water. Transoceanic source water. Your progress will remain unhindered so long as you are moving through the lakes. Under the protection of the source water, what you expend while moving underwater is not stamina, but aquatic stamina. Oh, right. There's an underwater portion, diving and stuff. And then there was an event that unlocked when we did the first statue here. So what is this? And Relic of Records. We'll need to gather certain types of collectibles. Recommended collection sites will be marked on your map when you get to them. Coolio. And you can see, like, this is a free quest that you get to do. These gems here are the premium currency that you can buy. There's also a lot of them available just for playing the game. Well, that's, like, way back in there. Let's just walk through and check out Fontaine. Was there a boss here, too? You'll sometimes encounter teleport waypoints and domain entrance map pins. These symbols indicate that that destination is located in a multi-layered area. Yeah. Use the layer markers on the map to switch between layers. Oh, it looks like they improved this interface then to let you see. Interesting. So let's just head over that way and check out what Fontaine looks like and stuff. I assume we could just walk everywhere.
Too slow.
Or there's a train, chat. Toot toot. Dear passengers, is there anything I could do for you? Oh, it's an aqua bus. Sorry, it's not a train, it's a bus.
Welcome to the Clementine Line Aquabus. This boat tour will take you to the magnificent Court of Fontaine, the most important city in our nation. I'm Adol, and I'll be your tour guide.
Oh, this person is like full cat. Dioda's like Dioda's like part cat.
I'll still do my very best. And if you're dissatisfied with anything, feel free to let me know right away.
It's the new race of characters.
As
Okay.
soon as possible. Back on topic. The destination of this trip will be the Court of Fontaine. If you'd like to learn more about the latest technological developments in Fontaine, the hottest new trends in cuisine, or upcoming sensational trials, please subscribe to the Steambird.
We can jump ship for what? Yeah, I think I wanna. It looks like it's taking us towards some waypoints and stuff, right? Does it keep going further this way too? I might just let it take us all the way there. Yeah, it does. Okay. That's right. I kind of want to go to the main city. Yeah, looks like it loops around here.
The Steambird runs lots of fantastic series.
Oh wait, that's the. Maybe I do want to jump out and go tag this actually. Statue of 7.
Including
I lied.
the thriller Great Detective
Peace,
Herlock,
dude.
which recently reached its dramatic conclusion. Right at the very end, Herlock faces off against the real mastermind, revealed to be the assistant, Miss Jacoba, in a duel with the old sides of Lilia Cruces Ordo. I couldn't stop my feelers from shaking. Oh no, did I spoil it for you? Oops. Anyway, coming up ahead on your left-hand side is Mercy Village, the hometown of all Melazines, myself included. It's
Ooh, we got new combat music.
Illusion shattered.
Farmable drops. When you see these chests that have a red thing around them, usually there's a puzzle or
What a
characters to
momentary
beat up to
distraction.
unlock them. What's that?
Quit following me.
Shake a hamster. Have fun with this gift.
The wind rises. Search for it.
Did I pull on Kafka? I did not. I already have the Lightning Lion as a lightning DPS in Honkai, so I play Honkai in addition to Genshin, but I definitely play more Genshin than Honkai. Honkai's got a quality story in it, but I prefer the more active combat in Genshin overall. Ooh, that's a big chest. Some kind of puzzle here for this one? Or things gonna pop up for me to fight? The waters here is hot. Paimon's gonna get cooked. Oh, it hurts us. Yikes. Gameplay tutorial. Naturally, a hydro-abundant nation like Fontaine will have mysterious phenomena called Hydrograna. After you collect 3 Hydrograna, they will combine into a Hydro Core that will continuously apply Hydro in the surrounding environment. If you've not collected 3 of them, characters can use the Hydrograna to grow into a Hydro Core if they are continuously affected by Hydro.
Behold.
That's another one. I got a bunch of mechanics here. Energy blocks can be naturally occurring or artificially created and are separated into Pneuma blocks and Oja blocks. After collecting the energy block, your next normal or plunging attack upon hit will reset energy stored within them, so they'll come in handy. Oh, so they charge you up. Got it. Our enemies that we ran into, the map that was explained. Alright, we'll figure out the hot water later. I'm gonna go unlock the map up here and touch this waypoint.
Quit following me. Too slow.
You can see these are teleport waypoints we can unlock to go to. There's a world quest there. Can I walk to the city, chat, or am I going to need to go back and hop on the bus again? Need 20 hydro. We can walk, okay. I assume this last map point is inside of the city.
Squall Fury.
So they're one of these little guys. Sis, she isn't talking. Whatever, not that there's anything more to talk about anyways, let's just take the stuff and go. No need to make that face. Why do we take this job again? Whatever. What are you doing? Just watch it over there. Just toss her the boss's Mora. Let's take the paintings and go. Do we have to, though? He doesn't know what we're doing this far out. Why don't we just take the Mora and... Favors are more important to deals than Mora. We're trying to rob the little painter, chat. Looks like you're bothering this young lady. Bothered? We're just here to buy artwork, you know. How much were you going to pay for it? 500,000 Mora? Nope. It's not our fault they won't talk. Oh, she doesn't want to talk to you. She doesn't want to sell. You're just here to take her stuff, aren't you? This is a fair exchange. Was talking about taking their Mora. Does it really matter? Haven't we always solved things this way up till now? Can you ever shut up? We don't have time to involve unrelated people. Besides, what are you looking at? It's time to sit down, chat. Let's stand up for a little bit. Buzz off. You're butting into legitimate business here. Telling her to buzz off feels a little rude. I'm afraid we might have to resort to less savory methods to settle this. Alright, come on, fight me. I don't mind. Ooh, look at that. They gave us a choice and it mattered.
Diana Special! Sketch!
Poppity, the fun
no
stuff
escape.
game.
Ha! Now you shall perish.
Great Raiden's ult, just like sit down. Are you okay? I'm fine, thank you. I'm not very good at dealing with such people. You're very impressive. Raiden is impressive. Well-honed professional adventurers. They don't hold a candle to us. They don't need his skills. Anyways, he was the only one fighting. You were just watching. Paimon splitting the work. I don't think that might be a little lopsided, Paimon. If you talked long enough, you could finish this without a fight. That's interesting, though. A lot of the earlier decisions are a little bit more railroaded than that. They end up in the same spot. This was much quicker, I'm sure. It's a lot so far, but what should we call you? Maymir. My name is Maymir, and I was painting here, but... Melusines. I wonder if we'll get playable Melusine characters. Every day, in fact, because painting the things I want to brings me happiness. See, chat, this character understands the key to life. Do the things that spark joy. Not sure I understand what you mean, but I guess so. Let's gather up the paint tools. Considering how short her hands are, Paimon can't even imagine how she holds a brush. But your hands are shorter than mine. Oh, they don't have fingers. They've got like oven mitts for hands. There was a non-NPC about all these creatures in a promotional video. Sweet. It's mostly me doing the work. I like Maymir, chat. Yes, that's something to know. That's something that always caught me a little off guard, is that all of the main storyline stuff is fully voiced, but like random miscellaneous side quests like this that you bump into out in the world are not. Speaking of which, what were those people trying to do? They wanted to exchange Mora for the paintings in my hands. Wait, they were here to buy your art after all? What do we do? Sounds like they had good intentions, but we ended up interrupting the business transaction. Nah, she wasn't talking. I think it's fine. I think you could call it that. Don't both sides have to exchange things the other needs for it to be called business? I don't need Mora, so it wasn't business. It's got a weird looking little tail, too. Renown? Does that mean people know about you? I guess I count then. Previously, a stranger claiming to be an art collector or something asked to exchange a large sum of Mora for my artwork. A collector came to you, and they said at a high price to boot. No wonder you said you didn't need Mora. Paimon is very greedy, believe it or not. She always wants to get more money. I can't really drop, but maybe with some hard work starting today. Nah, it's too late, Paimon. Give up. That said, who's the collector you were talking about? Rather cool person and quite gentle too. If he hadn't suddenly mentioned Mora, I would have just given him the paintings as a gift. Why do all these tall people love talking about that stuff? I don't think this is a matter of height. Yeah, Paimon's really short and greedy, so it's definitely not a height thing. Paimon doesn't think you can evaluate art solely based on Mora either. Mimir, could Paimon have a look at your paintings? She's curious. This is about appreciation of art, nothing else. Alright, let's see. We're gonna get a portrait. The food is getting uppity again. You helped me chase those people away. You helped me gather up my painting tools. I've been wondering how to thank you all this time. Would a painting be too out of a thank you gift? Not at all. Great, Mimir, can we give you some direction regarding the painting? Sure. Before that, I'll need to repack my painting tools. Those people knocked my buckets over, so I can't work here. I'll make a trip home. You wait for me in the village. I'll clean up and head down soon. Or is there a little town outside of the big town? Auto captions cover the text on screen. Is it possible to move it on the screen? I don't think the extension lets you support the auto captions. You can toggle the captions off, though, if you don't need them. And in the Twitch player settings, there's a setting to turn the closed captions off. That's our home. We call it the Maricia Village. Oh, there's a whole home full of these adorable things. You need to swim down from over here and keep going forward. We might pit stop that later. I think I want to get to... Wait for me in the village. I need to pack my tools and head down. I think I'm gonna continue on my walking towards the main town. You could move them in the closed caption options. All right, sweet. That's good to know. Thank you. I haven't actually played with the closed caption settings on my own stream too much. Appreciate everybody hanging out for the sponsored segment here today, by the way. We'll be kicking back over and doing some of our regular Marvel Snap content here while I wait for the OTA update in a little bit. But Genshin was up on the bounty board. I like to have an excuse to play it on stream whenever that comes up. It's one of my favorite off-stream games. Sick has a really solid chill vibe in this area. You're in the viewer settings. Yes. Yeah, the viewer settings on the player. I understood that.
The wind rises.
I love this character for traversal stuff. Being able to jump up is good value. There's so much stuff to do when you're exploring out in the world this game. There's waypoints to find. This little thing up at the top here that we're going to hit in a second is a challenge point. Oh. That gives you stuff to do. Where's the waypoint at? There it is. Firing the chesties. Spider looking thing?
Squall and Fury.
You play this on mobile or mostly the PC? I play on mobile occasionally.
Unnecessary.
Sometimes I'll be out and about and I don't have time to clear. I don't have time to clear dailies on the PlayStation or PC. Most of my game time is on the PlayStation, actually. I do occasionally do it on my computer here in the basement.
The wind rises. Quit following me.
hydro teleporty things.
Behold!
Nice, we get a box. There's a
Unnecessary.
what's it called up here at the top too? Lovely. These are a collectible that are in every one of the different worlds that's around, or one of the different regions that are around, that let you get bonuses at the statue. The PC controls also work with the Xbox One controller. That's good to know. I think we can maybe swim across here without running out of stamina. I don't see a... Oh, there's I was saying I didn't see a wave rider, but there's a wave rider actually. I think we'll head over to that. A little dock gives us a boat we could drive around in.
The wind rises.
Oh, you can't drown, and the underwater movement is faster than the boat? Oh, that's interesting to know. All right, let's try the underwater stuff then. So how does that work? I press circle. 2 shell and a knife here. Okay. Okay, I was a little concerned when I heard there was an underwater aspect to the game, because usually underwater inside of stuff is not pleasant, but the fact that there's gameplay tutorial. What does this do? Sometimes strange clusters of transoceanic source water will appear beside you that allow you to unleash a power using your will to deliver attacks. Attacking aberrants, their powers can be absorbed for certain periods. The lack of a breath mechanic makes this very reasonable. Is this what I'm supposed to grab onto, or is this like give me a circle? It's like a speed thing, got it. Your main character and Fontaine characters can jump out of the water like a dolphin. That's fun. Yeah, I think that's the best way to approach it, Hobbit. You just like pick up the $5 monthly thing or the battle pass. I appreciate that they just took the quality of life. They're just like, you know what? You just don't drown here. For the Water Nation, like giving us a story way to just be like, nah, brah, it's fine. Just don't drown here. That is an excellent game design decision. It's so tedious dealing with breath mechanics in other games.
Squall and Fury.
Dash over the wind here really quick. There's a waypoint there, it looks like. Some people were mad there wasn't a survival mechanic. Let them stay mad. As someone who plays this game casually for fun, that would have removed a lot of joy from this region for me, and I'm glad they didn't do it. Usually the Marvel Snap OTAs post sometime in 2-ish hours from now. We got another 10 minutes or so again, shit, and then we'll kick back over to playing some Conquest while we wait. Appreciate everybody hanging out through the sponsored segment. Checking out a sweet game in the new region.
Too slow.
It's very scenic. Oh yeah, there are Twitch drops enabled on the channel. If you link your Genshin account, they do Twitch drops almost every patch. It's great. I should have mentioned that. Definitely have those enabled. I don't see the statue of the Seven. What do you like about the controller over mouse and keyboard for Genshin? I am over 30 and have arthritic hands. If I play an APM action game like Genshin on keyboard and mouse for an extended period of time, my hands physically hurt. The gamepad is significantly more ergonomic than a keyboard and mouse.
Quit following me.
What's on the top floor of the city? Oh, is this another elevator over here? It's very pretty. Someone who spends most of my day typing for work, I feel that. Yep.
Too slow.
I was expecting an elevator to go up. There's stairs. There we go. Oh, wait. I just clicked a button at random. Let's make sure we get to the top floor, I guess. The previous elevators only had one option, so I just, like, clicked it instinctually as I went in. Maybe we clicked the top? Looks like we clicked the top. Yes, sweet. Nailed it.
Too slow.
Okay. Alright, I think this was the last statue. Yes. I had always put off trying Genshin Impact. I had always heard things about it through their piles of advertising, but I never actually tried it myself. And I had a sponsored offer, and then I've been hooked since. They've gotten good value out of their sponsorship, chat. I've paid them the money back. On top of encouraging others to try.
Quit following me.
Yes, this'll just be the start of Fontaine. It's a pretty solid start here, but yeah, they'll expand the region more with smaller patches throughout the course of their patch cycle is 6 weeks typically. Oh, there's a waypoint over here with near Catherine? Oh yeah, there's one in. Oh, and I haven't picked up my stuff for the day yet, actually. Set my people on their missions or whatever. The map's also deep with underwater zones. Ooh, that's a good point. So it's a deceptive sizing compared to some of the others. No specific referral link for me for this one. This is through the Twitch bounty board.
Following me.
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
There's
Welcome
a
to the
Catherine in every
Adventurers
area.
Guild.
There's this timer mechanic where you send characters on an adventure and they get resources passively for you that you log in and do once per day. Kind of like Nurstra, yeah, kind of like that. She gives you like missions and stuff. I haven't bought the battle pass yet for today, but I will at some point. Or battle pass this season, but I will at some point. There is a daily energy mechanic for farming specific gear drops. Like I'm currently farming for what's it called? I'm currently clearing which one was it? I want to know bless items. This one was no bless. We got a couple of minutes left. Let's close out on a couple of dungeon fights here. Genshin's probably one of the best games you can play with their casual. Yeah, I fully agree with that. I'm big casual in most of the games that I play, and this definitely feels as incredibly satisfying to do as someone that enjoys RPGs. This dungeon's a little annoying because it's 3 dorks with shields, but the Wanderer cuts through it pretty quickly.
Quick fall.
You can bully me! Truth repeats its course.
You gotta work through these elemental shields to start.
Can't handle your drink, huh?
You can actually KO them. Actually didn't realize I get caught by a bubble. I'm in a shield. Yes, this game is incredibly free to playable. Primary thing. I was actually, as someone who has come from other free-to-play RPG games, I was actually shocked at how little this game feels like it's monetized. Like, you hear about this game making giant piles of money, and I assumed that I was gonna, like, be slapped in the face by transactions constantly like happens in other games, and you honestly wouldn't even know the monetization was there a lot of the time.
Illusion shattered.
Like when I first started playing, chat had to point out to me where I had to go to spend money. It just like wasn't apparently in my face. I think I'd actually argue they're even less aggressive about their monetization than Snap. And I agree that Snap, compared to a lot of them, is like not really aggressively monetized. Oh gosh.
Was futile.
I am talking and clicking here.
Think you can bully me?
Behold.
What's down her healing? Wasn't paying attention. Shit, we got cute.
That's far enough. The price.
Good God. I see why people usually say this is one that's used strong locks for.
To oblivion. There is no escape. We'll see about that. Can't handle your drink.
This has Raiden as a secondary DPS on it. So
Shine down.
Word. One of the things that's fun too is my wife also plays Genshin, and it does have some amount of co-op in it. Like you can team up to do dungeons and boss fights. You can't co-op the story stuff, but different battle stuff. Like my wife and I often co-op like the bigger bosses each week together. Can you co-op dailies? I don't think I've ever actually tried that. I've seen that her dailies appear when I join her world. But I don't know that I've ever tried to do them together. You can! Oh, that's interesting to know. I'll have to give that a try. Alright, and that wraps up our hour of Genshin. Appreciate everybody that hung out for that. We're gonna kick back over to doing some snap-a-lapping now. People being up there. We had 800 people through that. Appreciate y'all. You're great. I'm the Venn diagram of a snapping Genshin enjoyer. There's a few of us. We have our Genshin channel in the supporter Discord server is pretty active. There's probably actually it's a thread. I can see how many people are in the thread. What do we got there? There's almost 60 people in the Genshin thread on the Discord server. It's a solid number. Our Discord server's got like 1,000 people in it that check in, so it's like 60 out of 1,000, like 5% or so. Are some quality husbandos coming up. All right, what do we want to do? I got to decide if I want to sweat some more or not. I do technically need to practice some decks for the upcoming Twitch rivals. We picked up an Infinite Conquest ticket with Bass Talk earlier, and we picked up an Infinite Conquest ticket with Cerebro 5. This one for now. I feel like I should try this build without Chavez. I don't think deck and Surfer or Discard's likely to be a competitive deck, so I don't think that's something I'm gonna play at the moment. How perfect, chat. I just got a ping that the OTA balance patch is live. Look at that. What perfect timing with my sponsored segment. Nailed it. Okay, well, I'm gonna close this. I actually didn't know when that was coming. I was gambling that it was gonna line up appropriately for us. So let's grab let's get a little bit of Jeffception here. We'll pull this up. Perfect. Truly perfect. Welcome back to another week of Marvel Snap over-the-air card updates. We're coming in with 3 different changes this week that are all buffs in. Again, I absolutely love it when the Marvel Snap team attempts to make some of these underutilized cards more appealing by making them a bit better than before. Let's dive right into it here by looking at some of the changes to Forge. Still just a 2-1 in his stat line, but the bonus that he provides to the card that you play after him will be increasing from +2 to +3. While this looks like a fairly minimal change at the baseline, it's important to remember that all of the best cards in Marvel Snap for you to be increasing with Forge, typically speaking, will be increasing his buff themselves even further. Brood, for example, instead of being a 3-4 after you Forge, will now be a 3-5, getting you additional stats with the Broodlings. Something like Multiple Man gets copied across the board multiple times. Something like Deadpool doubles a few times over the course of the game. So while on the surface level, this Forge buff is minimal, when you look at it in the macro sense of everything that you want to be doing with Forge in the format, this 1-point increase is going to end up being 2, 3, 4, or maybe even more than that over the course of the game as it scales with good synergy cards. Up next, we have another OT update to Shauna, which is the second time she's had her card text updated, being moved from a 4 cost down to a 3 cost, and her stat line going from 4 down to 2. This actually makes the last 4 energy card that was originally released in January, that Zabu season, to finally move from 4 down to 3. Second in our notes that all of the cards in that season were originally balanced around that really busted Zabu design that made 4 costs too cheaper, and this card has really just struggled to gain traction with that 4 energy stat line. One thing that is notable about this change is that, at least in my personal experience, Shauna has always felt best as a card played out on the final turn of the game, and making her a 3 energy card that plays out on that final turn of the game means you can sequence her with other additional things as well. You could Dazzler and Shauna together on turn 6 without needing a Zabu, is a big deal, it seems like. If you combo her with something like Sarah, she's just a 2 energy play that helps you fill up the board. And with Shauna becoming more playable, perhaps this can be the extra push that Dazzler needs to move over the top, since she's also struggled to see some play despite getting promoted to 3 energy herself. The final card in this week's over-the-air updates is Crystal, going from a 4/4 to a 3/3, while each player is still drawing a card from her on-reveal effect. Second Dinner notes that Crystal's been one of the weakest cards in the game since the game released, and that's kind of that way for a reason. In a game like Marvel Snap, where decks are only 12 cards, any effects that are letting you potentially see more cards out of your deck can be pretty dangerous, because they can get you into a point of hyper consistency if too many of these types of effects become playable. That being said, they're giving Crystal another bit of a nudge here to see, can they make her, not one of the worst performing cards in the game. It's noteworthy that at 3 energy, this obviously becomes a potential Silver Surfer card. The question on whether or not her inclusion will be good and fair is it worth giving up a tech slot, something like Shadow King or Cosmo, to give yourself a little bit more consistency when it comes to drawing your card that pumps your board, Silver Surfer. My initial early read, chat, I know I bag on this deck a lot, but in the least sarcastic way possible, this is probably the biggest upgrade Cerebro 3 has gotten in some time. It's probably still shit. It's probably still not good. But I like, this is like, it's a body that's relatively cheap. It helps you draw Cerebro. Like, maybe. This is a card that, like, okay, maybe I'm going to play some games with Cerebro 3. To set a, could we, maybe, should we start with Cerebro 3? Okay, fine. Chat. It's probably still gonna suck, and we'll move on quickly. You're right. Let's start with Cerebro 3. Where's my game client? Chat's been so good. We had 800 people hang out for the Genshin sponsored segment. They deserve a little Cerebro 3 as a treat. All right, what are the playable 3 power cards? Valk. Shadow King. Crystal, obviously. Blue Marvel. Blue Marvel could go either way. Blue Marvel doesn't get the Cerebro bonus, but it's also their ongoing thing for Mystique. Sentinel. Yeah, I need some 2-drops for sure. Invisible Woman with Killmonger. I could buy that for $1. Armor. Yep. Do I want Cosmo on top of Armor? I don't think I want Cosmo on top of Armor. Cosmo throws a kick at our Valk and our Shadow King too. I don't think I want Shang. I think I want Shadow King to be cheaper and Valk Valk. What about Jean Grey? I don't know that my deck... I don't know that my deck has enough, I kind of don't want Bast, actually, looking at this. Yeah, I probably want, like, Scarlet Witch or Rhino. I think with Shadow King and Valk, I'm gonna forego Shang and play lower curve. I could see Blue Marvel. Like, I'm like, looking at this deck and I'm thinking about, like, what our curve looks like. I think I want to be able to go... like, 3-drop on 6. Blade can curve in under Invisible Woman, and that's true. That's true. Is Blade the only 3-power 1-drop at this point? It's Blade and it's 0. Honestly, is Zero's downside better than Blade's downside? I could also just, like, round out with Scarlet Witch and Rhino. We could play both Witch and Rhino, that's true. I do have this sick Scarlet Witch split. I haven't played much with her. Back from Prime Purgatory, Barricade. Thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. And a Tua Phoenix. Thank you for the 7 as well. Give us Lady Deathstrike. That's gotta be shit, right? There just ain't no way. Professor X actually isn't a terrible shout. I don't hate Professor X, but I also kind of want to put a 1-drop in here. I kind of like the idea of being able to go like 3-drop, 2-drop, 1-drop at the end. Yeah, Jeff has synergy with X is true. It's Blade or 0. I think I'd rather have 0, because sometimes we'll play 0 on curve and it'll be fine. This is a lot of 2s. We could cut Invisible Woman. I don't hate that. So still 4 2s. Nightblade, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. All right, let's do it. Let's start. Let's play some games. Cut Killmonger. Could that be real? Yeah, I guess it's worse with Invisible Woman. What decks do I really need to kill 1-drops against? Is a fair take. I kind of wouldn't mind, Juggernaut. I do love Juggernaut. Does not take me a lot of convincing to play Juggernaut. All right, I'm starting here. Final answer. Blade discarding Magneto. I assume they are Hela. Yeah? Alright, Wanda. Don't mess this up for me, babe. Alright, chat. Wanda would never do us wrong. Come on now. He's got our best interests at heart. Alright, chat, I'm taking notes. If we could get a Cerebro 3 highlight out of today, I'd be very happy with it. Jug would have worked there too. No, Juggernaut could have put their card to the left. Alright, chat. Freshly buffed Crystal in the opener. Can't lose has been declared.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
Is Zero only a last turn play? Nah, I think there's plenty of cards we don't mind zeroing in the mid game. Like, honestly, I kind of don't want more Sentinels, right? Or do I? Maybe I actually want one more because of the White Hot Room. Yeah, let's do this actually. I think we fill here. And actually, maybe I do take another Sentinel with the extra energy to burn. Zero the Renner. I think we just do this. We accept that we only have 15 here. We get filled up. Oh my gosh, we have priority here. There's no reason to jug if we're armoring, right? So we do this. Yeah. Oh, shit. Ugh. And Cerebro's in your bottom too. What if we... Does this win the game? No, we have priority. Yeah, this wins the game. I didn't choose to believe I live in a world where this could win the game. Oh, look at that. And they said winning without the Cerebro couldn't be done.
Victory.
Tech cards pulling us across the finish line here. Armor and Shadow King. A little bit extra energy from the White Hot Room. Oh gosh, is our opponent sweating? That's fine. I don't want to play against their deck again. I already recorded a highlight, so they can have the ticket. This is basically me paying them for their appearance in the YouTube video. Paid actors. Your royalties are 1 silver ticket, exactly. And based on feedback that I've read on Reddit, I know exactly how much people love getting conquest tickets instead of other things. Conquest tickets are an incredibly desirable thing that many people enjoy getting as prizes. To Wanda that, so we'll play for the White Hot Room for now. They're probably going to beat us to filling it, I imagine, though, in a Thanos deck. No one hates a game quite like the subreddit dedicated to it. Yeah, to be fair, that's not even really a unique to Marvel Snap thing. Jug and Armor always kill my momentum when playing Destroy cards. Oh, I can't beat a Soulstone ever, huh? Lady Deathstrike helps you beat a Soulstone. That's true, you know. Those are just the facts with Twitch chat. I'm gonna see how we feel against Thanos things before we revisit Mr. Cage. If you have Cerebro in play, does Deathstrike get buffed before her using her hour of availability? She does, yeah. Yeah, so if you have Cerebro in play, she kills things that are 5 or less. The problem is, I feel like that's frequently still just not enough. Is the issue. Alright, so this is the patch set that we'll be playing Twitch Rivals on. So we need to try and figure out and confirm what decks we want to be playing. I'm gonna be playing for that. I read LDS as Mormons every time. My wife and I went to see the Book of Mormon in at Broadway in Chicago this year. That was pretty solid. All right, Wanda, give me a Cerebro-friendly location, please. That'll do, pig. That'll do. And I'm just gonna go ahead and blow this one up. Give me some flexibility on where Cerebro ends up at. And then with the Valk draw, we'll just put Cerebro here in the center hub. Yeah, it could be Galactus with an awkward draw. Woo! One of the many locations that's excellent with Juggernaut. Someone asked, what is 0 here for? 0 is simply a 1 energy 3 power card. Got him! Good night. Make sure you don't lose to Galactus, right? I've made a terrible mistake, chat. This was definitely, we're in the proving grounds and we're done here, Steve. Yeah, we weren't punished, but I definitely should have put it together right. It's a good show.
Victory.
I was thinking I wanted to theoretically be winning in all the lanes, but obviously Galactus changes that dynamic, and they're definitely a Galactus deck. I don't think New Forge likely moves the needle on Lady Deathstrike a significant margin. I don't know that that's something I intend to explore here. Yeah, the Deadpool negative deck was already playing Forge. New Forge is probably just generically pretty good. Yeah, I'd buy that for $1.
Oh, snap.
Forge is a 2/4 with upside at surface level now. Base value. I was actually already playing, Forge and Kitty Shuri, so that's the deck I want to try after this one. Kitty Shuri is a deck that I think I could reasonably play in Twitch Rivals, so want to kick the tires on a variation of that, I think. Okay, so there's a Killmonger in our future. Nope, Easter Carnage this turn. We can set up 3x Cerebro into Valkyrie on the left. It's a good call out. And then I could actually go Mystique into armor on the right next turn. And then if we're a professional and draw the 0, we could go Valk into 0.
Opponent snapped.
My opponent snapped because they thought their hand is good. I snapped because it was turn 1 and we're playing in the Proving Grounds. We are not the same. Wow! Reality is rude.
Enough said, bub.
Would love to draw Sentinel here. Oh, I guess Sentinel would have even worked, though. Do I just play Mystique still? I think I just play Mystique still, right? And then we, like, move into Valk here. What is this? Oh, they had Time Stone. No, they didn't have Time Stone the previous turn, right? Did they Time Stone last turn? I thought they Time Stoned. They Time Stoned on 3, right? Oh, it's Death. Death makes sense. Got it. Okay, we didn't draw 0. I just do this and then we're winning all 3, right? And that beats null because they could only null one path. Let's try this in silver. So, I don't not do silver with new decks because I don't think they're good enough for silver. I mostly don't do silver with new decks because I don't want to sit there and play 5 or 6 games again the same matchup. When I'm looking to get a feel for a new deck, I want to play it in a variety of matchups and see how it feels in those range of matchups, instead of being locked in a room with one person for a really long time. Our draws where we don't have a 2-drop feel a little clunky. My daily what are you eating question. Finishing off the rest of the pepper mac and cheese that my wife and I got from HelloFresh. So this gets zeroed. This Shadow King's the Venom. And then we should have priority to do stuff with armor next turn. I guess maybe I should assume they're gonna Deadpool the path with Wolverine and armor there proactively. It's probably a reasonable take. This is our best play to win line, but obviously it's not great. Domino for Sentinel, it feels like you always need a 2. I don't know. Being less likely to have Cerebro seems real bad. Yes, the new in-game pop-ups for the OTAs are great. Really good improvement to help communicate what's changing and what's going on to people. Jeff is actually super replaceable in this particular deck, I think. So if you're someone that is Jeffless, I think it's less of a big deal here than most other Cerebro decks. Valkus. Valkus here to deliver us from the Scorpion. That's some Okoye gaming there. What if we do this to make sure we don't have priority? Shadow King even resets the Scorpion off the armor. And then we spike to 0 and go Valk 0. Friends.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Victory.
It's a nice upside I didn't think about. I'm putting Shadow King in the deck. Obviously, we want this for, like, the ability to react to our opponents, but being able to fix things like Scorpion or Hazmat is kind of a nice change. Yes, Valk resets herself as well. Everybody in the path goes to 3. This deck, Jeff is super replaceable in. Just swap it with a different 2 energy, 3 power card. Is Cerebro 3 finally here? To set a low bar, I think Crystal makes this deck better than it was before. Any deck replacing Jeff will always be a downgrade. That's true. But this deck isn't explicitly relying on synergy with Jeff's movements or other things. It's just a generically good card with 3 power. So you're only losing the generically good part. You're not losing other synergies like a lot of other Jeff decks. Hey, Joe Duke. Thank you for the 11 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. It's always funny to me how freeloaders are easily the most entitled people when it comes to demanding content. Someone telling me to take this into Gold Conquest, following the channel for almost an entire year, has never even used their Prime sub here, feels compelled to demand the type of content I produce for them. Gamers. We'll jug them out of Asgard, huh? Iron Lad Deadpool. I can't tell if that's great for us or terrible for us. If I use my Prime sub, can I do demanding? At least you got some skin in the game at that point.
Clear for takeoff.
Do I want to wait on the Valkyrie? What if I do this? This catches them potentially anyways, and then next turn I can go Valk 0. I think we do this. This means I don't have to commit Jeff here either. I just do this and play for all three. Of course, impromptu. Thanks for the Unite game the other day. I finally limped my way back up to Masters. This actually is pretty close. I'm just doing some forge stuff over there. 15 power broods, no joke. Got them covered this time, though. Can you please stop perspirating on my keyboard, opponent? Weird. Cole Jack, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I wish Unite had more to do. After a couple hundred hours, it gets boring. I think if you got a couple hundred hours out of a game, you're probably fine. The next turn, we can zero a Sentinel, no problem. Have some large things in their hand. Triple Nakia triggers at this point. We're looking to pull Valk for the left. We'll zero this, and then we'll crystal. We got a 1 in 4, and then a 1 in 3. There's our gal. I'm gonna assume they can't beat 28 in the middle. You know, I have the co-op version of Dice Throne sitting on a shelf, and I've never had the chance to dig into it. I really should do that with the kids at some point.
Victory.
Oh, that Brood variant is new. Showed up in the shop this week. Last patch it was added. It's a solid one for sure. Is Negative Surfer viable for Infinity Conquest? I think that deck's quite mediocre, but if you enjoy it and you play it well, you can win with anything. This deck breaks Belk Symmetry hardish. It does, yeah. Yeah, getting 21 to 12 when they have one more card than you is solid. Thanks, Immortal. Good to have you. Yeah, we're pretty close to a highlight with this one. Been going for about 45 minutes. I think I've got 5 games written down here. Usually I like to write down like 7 of them because occasionally one of the ones I write down will end up not being great. It's gonna clean out whatever the expansion turns into. Why risk it? These are fine for us. Just proactively get down to favorable locations. None of these are, none of these are Cerebros yet. Cerebro would be a sick draw here. We get to go Jeff Cerebro into Mystique. Oh no! They punted my Jeff to somewhere else. Shoot. It's like something Surfer. Assume 14 holds left and 21 wins, right? Oh, they're not even playing for the center. Oh, sure. Is Jeff ranked too much? Nah, I think it's fine. Catch you later, Jay Brewery. Thanks for dropping by. That Cerebro looks insane. I love that inked one. One of my favorite splits in my collection. Every time I see Jeff playing Cerebro 3, I feel like I'm in the wrong Spider-Verse. Alright, chat, I'm gonna tell on myself a little bit to encourage me to be a better person. There are now not one, not two, but the last 3 days worth of lunch dishes on the floor behind my chair in my office. Remember to clean those up to the kitchen after we're done streaming today.
Oh, snap.
3 rookie numbers. All right, this is fine for us with armor. This doesn't matter. We'll get rid of, we'll just random this this one down here. That's fun. Although on average, an Angela deck probably utilizes this better than us. I could be right to use this as a surprise. It's unfortunate that Jugging Angela doesn't accomplish anything anymore. Jugging into the Angela path is solid, though. Super rewarded here. They have priority. Is it crazy for doing this? You want to skip? I think I just need to... I guess I want to Valk the Cerebros, though, huh? I want to Valk the Cerebros down the line. They're gonna move the Vision this turn, right? Oh, they didn't Cosmo, man. That's great for us. Kevin Gravy, thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate that. With Vision having the ability to move, I think I just spread out. Actually, I probably want to play the 0 mid, right? In case the Vision moves back middle, because my Valk's gonna happen before it moves, right? No, that's not how that works. Maybe this is fine. If this moves, I tag it, I get it with the... with this, right? Yeah. Oh, I'd have gotten there with the 0 in the middle, right? No, we wouldn't have. Yeah, we would have because the Juggernaut wouldn't have pulled. I would have left this here. the Juggernaut stays here and I'm 15, and then I still would have been at 20, and they would have been at 23, so if this moved, we would have won the breaker, I believe. Would I? Been 15 to this, the 3 moves over. They would have been 17 to 15. Yeah, I would have won the breaker. Yeah, the new season pass Magneto variant goes pretty hard. Yeah, the Craven being too smaller is why we would have tied the middle if Captain Marvel left. Magneto's a very good Marvel snap card, chat. Very, very, very strong. This deck is skill testing and snapping. Maybe. Magneto is the last Series 3 card you pulled. My last 2 Series 3 cards were Mystique and Green Goblin. It's very sad they took so long. Looking for Wanda or Rhino to get rid of the center location. Nice, nice. Crush it. Feels good to actually get to draw with Hell's Kitchen. And never only 1 drop in hand to start. If Destroy were less popular, would you swap armor for Killmonger? I think this deck really wants 4 or 5 2-drops in it to play consistently. Like the TLDR. This means I have to 0 whenever I play first next turn, but I think that's fine. It's my favorite Magneto deck. I think the Magneto control deck is solid. It has a hardish time into the Kraven decks that are running around, but I don't think they're unwinnable by any means. That is a solid looking Shadow King. Why don't we just do this, and then we tee up Juggernaut here, Shadow King here. I don't think my hand has the tools in it to beat a leech, so I don't think that's something that I'm playing around. Some of the iterations of the opponent's archetype play leech. I don't think it's a good card in their deck, but it is good to be aware that that is in their output range, yeah. Well, that was a nice copy of Limbo for us. Play around Professor X? No, you don't play around Professor X out of this deck. think this is still game winning. They can only Cyclops 2 of my cards. Meaning I'm at 12 in the middle. Yep. Oh, sweet. We even got our Mystique Cosmo. Pretty good. Yeah, sorry, math. Good call. Oh my gosh, they're sweating. Again, just for the people that are here, I'm not playing Proving Ground. I'm not playing Proving Ground because I don't think this deck is good enough for Silver. I'm playing Proving Grounds because the calibers of opponents and their decks is very similar between Proving Grounds and Silver, and I don't want to play a bunch of the same person. I don't want to play real Conquest when I'm testing a deck. And if your question is, well, Jeff, why don't you play Ladder then? The Ladder has a ton of bots on it. I'd rather just like play 8 cube games in the Proving Grounds and get a range of gameplay and get a feel for what we're doing. Gold Conquest is often easier than Proving Grounds or Silver. I think there's some degree of truth to that because there's less collection level based matchmaking in Gold. So you're inside of Proving Grounds and Silver to a degree, you're not likely to get someone who's a really low collection level player, but in Gold you can. That there were no bots in Infinite. I haven't taken 3 or 4 hours yet this season to climb through bots to get to Infinite. Also, there are some bots inside of Infinite. There's just less than there are before Infinite. There was never a chance today's OTA was going to buff a card that released on Monday night. My understanding is the OTAs are locked in a week in advance. Well, they're faster than when they lock in the patch cycles, but they're still not done the day of.
Wind, aid my hand.
Do I want to fight over Starlit Citadel? I don't know that I do, chat. I might have the stats to play for. I guess I have Shadow King here. If I sub in a month, do I count towards next month's sub goal or this month? You count as one of the points in the ticker for 30 days. Looking at Legion. Ooh, Legion is a reason to not play for the Sunspot path is a good thought. I don't know. I can't play around Legion and Professor X simultaneously though, so I gotta pick one. We're hoping to draw Sentinel next turn so I can play Mystique Sentinel 0. This Twitch streams pre-recorded, etc., etc. This is why Zero's in the deck, chat. It is an energy efficient last turn play. How do we feel about just stacking a bunch of stats over here? Or would I rather spread out? Their Jeffs can kind of go anywhere. They put both Jeffs here, I lose, and then they play like a big card here. I guess I'm going to be pretty solidly above them here, though, right? I'm going to go to 21. Yeah, I'll play hard from left. I didn't catch what you said about the sub ticker. You want to sub. If you want to sub, here's a link in chat that can take you to take care of that. But essentially for people that are new, I haven't talked about that today. You'll note that unlike a lot of other large channels on twitch.tv, even if you're not subbed, you don't get bombarded by constant Twitch ads here. And the reason why I'm able to do that is because of the wonderful support of my subscribers. My promise to the community here is that so long as we can stay around that 2,500 concurrent subscriber mark, this channel will remain mid-roll ad-free, meaning those 2 or 3 minute ad rolls that pop up in the middle of gameplay. As long as my sub count stays strong, it allows me to feed myself and my children, have a roof over our head without needing additional money from ad revenue. I'd prefer not to have the disruption of ads inside of the content, so if this is sustainable without it, I'd prefer it be sustainable without it. So, appreciate all the folks that support directly with either their dollary dues or Jeff Bezos' dollary dues via Amazon Prime. Let's get one more good game in with this one, and then we'll kick along to another idea. I think I want to try Forge inside of Shuri Kitty. I think that's a deck I could see myself playing in Twitch Rivals next month. Is there a difference between a Prime sub and a paid sub in terms of the money received? There is not. I get about Tree Fitty, regardless of if you Prime sub or paid sub. Call me the Loch Ness Monster. I'm gonna go ahead and Rhino the last location here. Solid crystal at work. I can't tell you how many times I've seen an ad roll in the middle of a really important and sweaty conquest match. Well, I will say that even if at some point in the future the sub support falls off, you won't get ads in the middle of games on this channel. Streamers always have full control over when and how ads run on their channel. So regardless, I will make sure that that's not something that happens. Ooh, this might be a mirror, chat. I'm assuming that means you get a better split for maintaining the 300 plus tier 1 subs. That's correct, Dara. Part of the reason I started streaming full-time initially was because I achieved what they refer to as the premium sub split. So I've had the higher percentage subscriber split for like 5.5 years now. Back at the start of 2018 is when I got that. You ever played around with a Kitty Deadpool brew, aka Kitty Pool? Can't say that I have. But I streamed before Snap. I played Magic the Gathering, Runeterra, handful of other smaller card games that are now defunct or dying. Some other turn-based strategy stuff. Mostly card game stuff, though. Hey, Barrick, thank you for the brand new primer. And Itchu, appreciate that as well. Unfortunately, our opponent has drawn Cerebro, and we have not. We have been outmirrored. I clicked the wrong button. I clicked the wrong button. It's actually just a literal last card in our deck, huh? There's one card left. Smaller now defunct card games. That's not true. Mythgard's defunct. There are a couple other defunct games in there too.
Escape.
I think you could argue. You know, I don't want to speak ill of the dead here, but yeah, I think you could make the argument that Legends of Runeterra counts as a smaller now defunct card game as well. It's having a rough go of it. I think if Runeterra was made by a company that didn't have just like infinite capital to burn, it probably would have been put to bed by now. Did I ever try Artifact? I am the proud owner of a complete set of Artifact TCG cards, which cost me the princely sum of over 200 USD because Richard Garfield and Valve et al. Promised us a $1 million first place prize tournament. And I'm only still salty a lot that they fucking lied to us and didn't deliver. Bunch of assholes. Still waiting though. It's coming through. We're in it for the long haul. They didn't say when. That's true. They didn't say when. I often laud Marvel Snap as being one of the best and most innovative card games in the last decade. That's one of the reasons why it's found so much success. If you, no joke, if you ask me, Jeff, what is the worst card game you've played in the last decade? I'm pretty sure Artifact's the answer. Like, that's a game that to this day, I'm just like, what happened that this was the product you shipped? Like, what happened during the testing process from when you started to where you got to? For people that are bringing up comparing to NFT games, I always like to make sure I make my position on this crystal clear so there's no room for anybody to misunderstand it. Fuck crypto, NFTs, every single video game and other scam affiliated with that industry. So when I talk about card games from the last decade, I'm explicitly not including any of those because I've never played any of them because I will not touch them with a 10-foot pole. You thought Keyforge was bad game. I thought Keyforge's actual gameplay was pretty solid, but the fact that it was a card game absent of deck building, I think was kind of ridiculous and silly. So I demoed Keyforge at Gen Con the year it released, and I thought it was quite reasonable. I just thought you can't really have a card game without deck building. Like how you think Valve could ever test a game. LOL, fair. FAB stands for Flesh and Blood, which is basically as close as you can get to being a crypto card game in paper. Flesh and Blood is code for what you have to spend to get access to the cards in their game. If you aren't a crypto guy, does that mean you're a stocks guy? No. I have a Roth IRA that my Edward Jones guy puts money into for me periodically. But no, I am definitely not a stocks guy. Just someone with a basic understanding of cryptocurrency being bullshit. So I was speaking of capitalism and bullshit. I was standing at the bus stop with my 8 and my 9-year-old this morning. And my 9-year-old, one of my 9-year-old's friends says to him, well, we could sell these things 2 for $1, and I think we'd do well. And then my 9-year-old turns back to his friend and says, what if we sold 1 for $2 instead, because that's capitalism? And I was like, I can't tell if the lessons I've been teaching you are sticking or not based on this response. I'm very confused and uncertain where we're at. Are you learning? You're learning, but I'm not sure it's the appropriate lesson. Sell 1 for $2 and call it 3x value. All right, I don't think this needs any changes or wants any changes. Well, I saw a build of this deck playing Shang-Chi, and I kind of didn't hate that. Having Massive Kitty plus Shang-Chi as your last turn play seems solid. Let's try it as is. Maybe we'll reconsider. Consider later. But I'm gonna run this one into gold because I would like to play some full conquest games. I'm playing in Marvel Snap Twitch Rivals on Wednesday next week in 6 days. Just need to find a deck that I'm interested in playing for that. The idea behind blockchain technology is great. Kinda. Like, there was a command in chat that said it, but like, blockchain technology is essentially a solution looking for a problem to solve. Blockchain doesn't really meaningfully do anything that we couldn't already do with non-blockchain technology. It just added this weird fucking layer of complexity and nonsense. Yeah, the idea behind read-only databases that with receipts like already existed. And that's even before you get into all the nonsense about like the, you know, energy consumption issues that a lot of the early cryptocurrencies had. Having players submit finals decks ahead of time. I don't know. Actually, we just got a Discord section for it, so let me ask. I think it's the same format. If you didn't look at the format, Dara, the format's different. I can confirm the format is different. Well, that's excellent for us. Holy shit. There's 3 rounds of deck building requirements, and then based on your performance during the deck building requirements rounds, there's a Swiss pod that everybody plays in for the actual prize money with pre-built decks. So everybody playing in the tournament will play a regular Marvel Snap deck at some point. When you can't play Kitty into the first location, you always want to play Kitty into the right location so she doesn't get trapped in deep space potentially in the middle. It's one of those small min-maxing things that will eventually pay dividends. Because this is a deck that's looking to Shuri Kitty Pride, I want to prioritize playing Kitty Pride out every single turn, especially when I already have Shuri teed up. This is a little bit different than other Kitty Pride decks right now. And a lot of other Kitty Pride decks, I'd take turn 2 off to play Angela. But here, the end goal is winning with Kitty, not Angela, typically. I don't have a Taskmaster yet, but I believe.
Wind, aid my hand.
Huh? I kind of want to just do this, because if they Juggernaut me or whatever, well, I guess the thing won't go on Kitty guaranteed. Without the Taskmaster, I kind of want to flip here to make the Angela big. That's it. Easy game. There it is. Okay, and because this is Grand Central, I'm gonna go ahead and go Shuri into Kitty, so that way if Taskmaster gets pulled here, it copies the 22 power Kitty. You tell the idea behind Hulkbuster in this deck. Yeah, it's exactly this. Hulkbuster made by Kitty Pride 5 bigger, so she's massive with Shuri. Hulkbuster's 5 turned into +10. The vision just doesn't matter, right? I don't think they're beating Kitty Taskmaster without priority. And this is one of the big things that this build has going for it over the traditional Shuri decks, is Kitty being all of your stats lets you duck Shang-Chi. Move it mid anyways, or Captain Marvel covers it mid, so... Slower, closer, slower, Grandma. Sit down.
Victory.
What's the strategy when not having a turn 1 Kitty or drawing it late? You can also win with mixtures of Captain Marvel and Vision with Shuri as well. Yikes. Why am I in slow mode if I am subbed? So Twitch's UI is hot dog water. It always says slow mode over the top of your chat. However, if you are subscribed, you are not impacted by slow mode. Just try sending another message.
Wind, aid my hand.
Hot dog water smells good, says Twitch chat. So I have a fun story about that. So I'm buckling my 3-year-old to go to daycare. And she's drilling away, picking her nose. And I'm like, that's gross. Please stop picking your nose. And she looks me dead in the eye and goes, but Dad, boogers are yummy. And who am I to argue with her? You know, like, she is who she is. She wants what she wants. So, I'm not telling you you're wrong. However, I am saying I still think it's gross. Is there a world where Captain Marvel, if she hits the Hulkbuster, is only tying the right? Let's bounce.
Escape.
If we could coin flip the Hulkbuster, win the right, I think we'd do that. I think Magento likely beats us here, so we bail. What's Forge here for? Forge and Hulkbuster help make Kitty bigger, so that way you have a larger number to double with Shuri. Kind of helps them in a way, although I guess their Jeff already meant they weren't locked in. I'm gonna go Kitty into Shuri here. The benefit of not copying in advance means I get a 16 power Kitty instead of a 15 power Kitty. Might end up being a little bit too small here with their free 6 drop though. To folks asking about the what's it called, the negative Deadpool deck, I don't really intend to play that deck on stream anytime soon. I don't think it's a deck I see myself playing in the tournament. And I don't think it changes with the Forge buff. It's better with the Forge buff, but...
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Clear that Doom, no problem. Surprised they played for the mid-all. They could have put... Well, I guess they would have put Magneto here. They would have been at 21. I guess I still would have won, huh? Because he would have pulled these wherever he went. If he goes here, they're at 23 and they get pulled. I guess I'm beating this regardless. Twitch Rivals is on, Twitch Rivals on Wednesday next week. Snap, but 9-3 and my hand is solid. I'll get to keep the solid parts of my hand here when they shame we can't keep Shuri, but the rest of this is good. Yes, I was invited to play in Pokemon Unite's Twitch Rivals as well. I played a lot of that game in the past, so I'm actually gonna do back-to-back Rivals tournaments on Thursday and Friday next week. Should be fun. I don't need to draw anything, so I can just play Captain Marvel here. Do I need Captain Marvel, though? I think I just want this to be bigger. I think it's just Kitty Bread again. When does the Genshin start? We're gonna do like another hour and a half, 2 hours of Snap, and then we're gonna close out on another hour of Genshin tonight. But at the very end, I want to play with the OTA stuff for a little while, get some deck highlights recorded.
Wind, aid my hand.
I played the Genshin TCG. I have, yes. It's quite good. I played a ton of Genshin in general. AR 56 or 57. Of lots of well-built cartoon characters. Did you like it or just sponsored? It is sponsored, but I play a ton of Genshin, like literally every single day. It's just the numbers for Genshin on Twitch for me just aren't super strong, so we only usually do it on stream when sponsored opportunities pop up. And they just released a new major area and a patch on Wednesday or Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. And being able to duck priority is so powerful. A very solid, convincing set of games to show why Kitty ducking priority is good in Shang-Chi matchups. Yeah, this is one of the decks I'm considering for Twitch Rivals. The Kitty Pride aspect of it gives you some nice counterplay that traditional Red Skull Shuri doesn't have. Lets you feel a little bit tricky while still doing something that's raw and powerful. Twitch Rivals for Marvel Snap is Wednesday next week. Twitch Rivals for Pokemon Unite is Thursday. So, I'll be doing some Unite on stream to practice before the day of. Maybe? I'm not sure. Depends on when my capture equipment gets here for the cell phone, because we're playing from mobile. I've been practicing on my phone, but my capture card doesn't work well on my phone. It's a little messed up at the moment. They're snapping. I think I just leave because my hand's not strong. No Kitty, no Shuri. If we were playing for 2 cubes, I might stay, but we just bounce here.
Escaped.
Did I play solo queue Unite? Yeah, for practicing I have been. I just got back to Masters playing solo queue. Had like a 70% win rate playing Leafeon. Character's been fun. That's sure an Umbreon stand. Umbreon's my favorite evolution, but playing defender type Pokemon in solo queue tends to not be a good idea.
Opponent snapped.
I also have someone on my rivals team that's playing the defender role for us already. Who is on my team? If you're familiar with Pokemon Unite creators, I'm playing with Zugrug, Ender, Lutano, and Spriggles. Yes, my squad has some heavy hitters on it. We ain't proud, champ. If we're playing a tournament for a game I haven't played in a little while, I am happy to hop in someone's backpack. Please carry me above and beyond. You played any practice games before the event? Maybe. So a bunch of them were in Japan for the World tournaments for Unite. So a lot of them aren't getting back to like the 20th or the 21st. Yeah, for people that are familiar with Pokemon, it is a MOBA gameplay. So think like League of Legends or Dota, but for Pokemons. I guess I'm potentially dead to a Hulk here, huh? This is only 18 and 18. Is power creep a concern in card games? It depends on how well they balance. I think the way Snap's balance team has been running, not super worried about power creep. It needed to win. Needed them to play to the lane we didn't play to, so. Deck definitely feels a little awkward when we don't have our kitty on one. Just maybe a reason to not play it. I think you have enough Iceman boosters, maybe. Wait till you see Angela pop up. We've got 1,900 Angela boosters last I checked. Is Forge viable into multiplayer in Phoenix? I think the better question is Forge and Hulkbuster enough to make multiple man viable without Phoenix? Snapped before the armor flips up here on their destroy path. Over here. Any guides for someone who keeps losing round 1 in Gold Conquest? It's just, you gotta be super familiar with the metagame to be successful in Conquest. understanding what the output ranges of your opponents and snapping and retreating around what you should be playing around is paramount. I am teaming with Jim Davis again for Rivals. He's one of my buddies from back when I played a lot of Magic the Gathering. Alright, that could have gone worse. Wonder if it's right to actually just Hulkbuster here and then Chavez in the middle. Where'd the Sabretooth go? I don't know, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask. There's an invisible Sabretooth here. Can't say I've seen that bug before.
Victory.
I mean, I was winning a Surfer versus High Evolutionary Magic style deck until it got to the higher stakes round, and I couldn't win until because of some locations. I mean, well, part of the answer too is if you want to do better inside of Conquest is play better decks. Like, Surfer is fine, but there is a reason why Surfer is not one of the more popular decks right now. Second Dinner wouldn't be arbitrarily making a bunch of cards 3 energy potential upgrades to Surfer if Surfer had like strong metrics. I'm gonna snap not only Kitty Pride on 1, but Armor into their Destroy deck as well here. This is another thing too, honestly, talking about finding success in a format, talking about finding success in Conquest, like making sure you're leveraging your strong hands early is valuable. I think a lot of people don't snap earlier often enough. It's me, I am a lot of people. You're not alone. Can I win if I give up the Collapse Mine? I think I can. I think I can. I can't play Ice Bag, so I need to play Shuri here. I do this, and then I just like Vision here on the last turn. I'm into it. That makes it nice and easy. I think I just spread it and play for all 3 here. Don't. It's just this, and I assume they can't beat us here going to 23. Yeah, it's probably better. Because we're at 13 over here, so we're beating a copy of Death Even. Also clearing that out easy. I really don't like Shang-Chi inside these Destroy decks. I think it's worse than just playing more enablers. If you tried Rodin Bounce, Rodin, much like Devil Dinosaur, I just don't think is a very good card. Yeah, it did also just lose the Captain Marvel, is true. To the person that asked if we played Genshin yet, we did Genshin for an hour earlier, but when I finished the bounty board thing, it popped up in the bounty board again, so I claimed it again. So we're gonna play another hour and a half of Snap, and then I'm gonna close out another hour of Fontaine exploration. So many good video games, so little time. I'm gonna snap them here. We're 2 to 10, and we have armor in our opener. If you're someone that enjoys my content, you want an easy way to support it, hanging out through the end of the stream is a great way to do that. Some folks heard me talk about the Twitch bounty board before, but it's basically sponsorships through Twitch that pay me a little bit more based on how many people hang out for the duration. Go left, Angela, go left! Probably blowing up Wolverine to play around our... Oh, chat. Hoisted by their greed. Hoisted by their greed. They do have Shang, yeah, so Monster Isle's probably a freebie for them. Think we're leaving. Guess they're all in. This whole path died to Shang-Chi. Oh, you know what? If I'd have gone...
Higher, further, faster, baby.
If I'd have gone Kitty Armor in the middle... If I'd have gone Kitty Armor in the middle, we'd have been 13-18, and we actually would have gotten it. I keep wanting to cut the tech cards for my decks, but they keep single-handedly winning me unwinnable games. Well, I mean, the actual answer is, if you think you need Shang-Chi to be winning games in this format, which might be the case, you probably should just be playing a good Shang-Chi deck, rather than putting Shang-Chi in your deck where it doesn't belong. Look, Carp! Look at the Hoaglandia economy in action, chat. Our latest shillionaire. Make sure that trickle-down economy keeps working. It's now more affordable for all of you at home to become shillionaires. You'll now only need 999,881 shillings. Things you love to see. The first shillion is the hardest, chat. Kashan Par, thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate that, Prime. Welcome back. I waited until I had 1 million to redeem so I could be a true shillionaire. Truly a gamer of the people. If I do this, I'm up 5. We're tied. I might have priority going into the next round, which means they can shake Chibi here. I guess this means I lock myself into only having up to 12 here and into 20 in the middle. It's probably fine. Yeah, the OTA pop-ups on mobile look great. Agreed. All right, with them committing death left, we're hopefully good here. This is the most, right? It's the same. These are also 9. Can they get 16 here in the middle? I think Doll is less than 16, but I also don't have a way to verify that. They're obviously just staying here because they're all in. Yeah, maybe we're supposed to just forge Marvel. It's not that much less. That's honestly a good take. Spewing energy here. It's the best Captain Marvel package. Shuri, Hulkbuster. I mean, technically, Hulkbuster's cheaper Shuri on her, right? Ladder doesn't matter anymore. Did ladder ever matter? Snap. My hand stacked. So we technically need a Taskmaster, but... Victory. I don't think it's likely that Forge buff moves the needle on Lady Deathstrike, but it certainly can't make her worse. But I would be surprised if it moves the needle to playable. Okay. I don't think Forge moves the needle on Deathstrike, but could move the needle on Deadpool. I agree with that take. Multiple Man and Deadpool are the 2 cards I am most interested to try Forge with after this deck. That's a Hawk. Okay, so they are a Shang-Chi deck. With the Zabu here. Forge plus Hulkbuster is kind of build our own Shuri with Blackjack and all that. Gonna be 215 power things here without Shuri. It's kind of impressive. We actually didn't even have Kitty on 1 this game, right? Rip. Oh, we gotta go here, right? Fortunately, our opponent just didn't snap their good hand, so we get to get out for minimal cost. Spider Ham's pretty good against us. Our Taskmaster's a pretty important card. Grab's gonna break whatever we do. I mean, we can win the Great Web. The problem is winning another path. Yeah, Boomer, calm down.
Escaped.
Polaris is rolling this deck. Yeah, it's a good on-curve card. Super replacement level. If you want to play some kind of tech card, the Polaris slot is the one to play it in. That could easily be like Jeff the Baby Land Shark or a Spider-Man or whatever else you want to do that's kind of tricky. I was about to say I'm gonna wait until I get Pig to snap, but getting double. Press the button now for sure. It's fine, they need that forge anyways. We can't Iceman here, unfortunately, because it'll break up our Taskmaster synergy, but we can throw the Taskmaster out for 2 more points next turn. And then they have priority, so I don't have to worry about getting Shang-Chi or whatever. They have Division to the right. Taskmaster plus Iceman here. Captain Marvel spots us on the left as well. That 1 extra stat on Vision was really good for this deck.
Opponent snapped.
What beats me? That. Okay. Fucking ghosted.
Higher, further, faster. Baby.
Oh my god! Get wrecked! Thank you, Carol. Oh, they played Korg after their Cosmo. LOL. That's funny. Green border the Polaris. No, all my inked cards stay base border. Brackers, thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. Hope you're having a good OTA update day. Hanging out playing some Forge here this afternoon. Snap Clayton here. Hands real strong. Did I queue up on the ladder? Alright. Well, you know, mistakes were made. It's fine, chat. My hand's still fucking cracked. The snap rides. What even is this hand? Holy shit. Are they Mr. Negative? Please don't be Mr. Negative. Oh, we queued up on the ladder, it's a bot. We queued up on the ladder, it's a bot. Okay, sorry. I haven't played... This is why we haven't been playing the ladder, chat. We haven't been playing the ladder because the bots are stupid. And they just, like, make for completely uninteresting games. Apologies. It took me a second to realize what was happening. Clayton is a computer. The classic winning going into turn 5 so they snap. This deck's actually really good at farming AIs, chat, because it doesn't have a lot of power in play. Any of these decks where the power you're putting into play is like off the board, the AIs just have a hard time against. These are the best kind of decks to farm 8 cubers off of bots with. This is a good example, by the way, for the people that are like, Jeff, why haven't you been playing ladder and you're playing Conquest to test everything? This is why. I actually haven't even played 10 ladder matches this season because just like we played a handful and it was like over half bots, so I just went back to Conquest. At some point before the season ends, I will farm to infinite, mostly beating up AIs again, but it's just not very interesting. Oh, look, that was actually our 10. I actually unlocked my ladder rewards with that one. We played 9 matches, and I think like 6 of them were bots, and I was done. God, it's hideous. All right, let's go finish our gold conquest, huh? Pixel variants should be deleted. The pixel variants are there as filler so players don't collect all of the good 700 gold variants too quickly. Is the TLDR? How many medals do I have? I think I have 12,000 or so. All we do is play Conquest here. What if you're a pixel variant enjoyer? Listen, someone's got to enjoy eating the boogers, chat. A 24K gold all pixel deck. That would be truly monstrous. Call me Haley. Alright, one kitty pride and we snapped the button.
Oh, snap.
Oh, snap. Buddy old pal. Alright, looking for any 2-drop. Oh! I know I said any 2-drop, chat, but that is quite the 2-drop. Holy. Okay, so this puts a kitty in my hand. And this puts a 13 power kitty in my hand, and then a 13 power kitty comes back to my hand. In before Killmonger, chat, I am literally never going to have priority this game. Ever. Ain't nobody got time for priority. Cloning my kitties is better than a raft card, right? Right? But is cloning the kitties ethical? Asking the real questions. I could have gotten more kitties here and had more on the board, but I just didn't want... what's the word I'm searching for? I didn't want to, I didn't want to expose myself to priority with Killmongers and Shang-Chi's. This ties Infinite middle, and then we win the tiebreaker, right?
Opponent snapped.
Sorry, what? Yeah, but even if they have She-Hulks, I'm going to 29 here. How are they beating 29? They don't have a raft card. Their Hawk is 14. Hawk, She-Hulk, She-Hulk gets me. I'm gonna play around Hawk and not Infinite. Sure. There were definitely combinations of this we lost. That was not one of them.
Victory.
You know, I should really revisit this deck again. This deck was a thing for a while, and I really enjoyed it. This Moon Girl, She-Hulk, Darkhawk deck. Obviously, we just like took them for all their lunch money, but I feel like I should give this a try before Twitch Rivals. If one of the Hawks went mid, we lost that, right? Correct. This is the way we take your cubes, take your cubes, take your cubes. Are you always playing people at the same stage of their conquest? It tries to pair you based on the same stage, but the longer you sit in the queue, the wider the range gets. You are guaranteed to always play someone in the same conquest mode that you are. So for example, someone in gold always plays someone else in gold. I don't think either of our decks can get rid of Mindscape, so I'm gonna prioritize getting my hand empty here. They are a Shang-Chi deck. So I do need to think about priority a little bit here. That's perfect for us. You don't think it's the case that you play against people in the same level of conquest? You mean you think people in infinite conquest play people in lower conquests? Why do you say that? You just like being anecdotally silly, or is there something that you actually saw that makes you think that that's the case? I think I could compete for here. I think it's just this. When they were playing each other, everybody inside of the conquest thing was playing infinite. Explain to you why Mindscape procs before Kitty returns to hand, because that's how Marvel Snap is programmed.
Victory.
For what it is worth, Second Dinner has told us you do not play outside of your current conquest bars. So per Second Dinner, if you are in gold, you are only playing people in gold. You're not guaranteed to be playing someone who's like also 2-0 in gold. That's the part when I say the range expands. Like, if you're 2-0 and you've been sitting in the queue for a little while, you could play against someone in their first match of Gold Conquest. That's possible. I want to try one more run with this one. I think I want to try something else in the Polaris slot. It's definitely a tech slot in this deck. Iceman's kind of a tech slot too, but I think I like Iceman. Honestly, Jeff has solid synergy with the Angela. Forge into Jeff also is like pretty solid. And it gives us more variability with like Vision and Captain Marvel 2 at the end of the game. That's probably the line. Ham is fine. Iceman could be Ham. The reason why I really like Iceman over Ham in this deck is because when you go Kitty on 1, you could go Kitty Iceman on 2 into Kitty 2-drop on 3. So I think Iceman is better because it fits better into your curve when you have Kitty Pride. I don't think I like the She-Hulk Sunspot plan. I've enjoyed not having She-Hulk in here. I think that's too predictable. I think the Vision Shuri backup plan is better. I think if you wanted to fit She-Hulk in, you would replace Captain Marvel, but honestly, adding Jeff, I really want to keep Captain Marvel in to give me more flexibility to play to all the paths. But if Iceman showed which card to hit like him, the card would be more powerful. I think it would be ideal if those cards were templated in the same way, but I don't think, it would definitely make Iceman better. I don't know that he necessarily needs to be made better. Jeff, it can be good for helping you lose priority as well. That's true, Horses. How about Crystal? I don't think Crystal is good here because we need Kitty early. We're playing Chavez because we need the Kitty early. It's like the TLDR. Happy to play Kitty into Wakanda here. Armor. Armor. Armor, and we won the priority coin flip. Love it. Press the button before our armor flips up. Ah, the life of a Deadpool player. Nice micro buffs in the OTA, yeah. Yeah, after we finish this Gold Conquest run, I think I want to try, like some Shauna. Oh my god, are they gonna rope us now? Or did they rage quit? Negative Deadpool definitely loves the Forge buff, that's true. Alright, they're gaming. Ba-ba-da-doo. I think X23 is overhyped. I think X23 is probably appropriately hyped. Things that give you extra energy or make costs cheaper tend to be very powerful in card games. And X23 does exactly that. Is that a robot chicken? It is a chicken deathlock. I almost called this a furry. It's a feathery? Does a chicken thing count as a furry, chat? You know, I need someone that knows more than I on this topic to discuss. Would it be a foul to call this a furry, chat? Weigh in. The danger on this is it could take priority against what's likely a Deadpool or a Killmonger deck. I guess I could armor though. What if I vision here and then just have a bunch of cards next turn? I think I'm into it. Wow, I think they just did nothing, hoping to be able to Killmonger me. Is that what that was? I think that was a do nothing, hoping to Killmonger me. That's a bold line. Yeah.
Victory.
MV930, thank you for the 7 months. I mean, I stopped and thought about that, right? I was like, well, I can't do these because then we get Killmongered. Managing priority is one of the biggest things to playing this card. Do I snap them? Hands just so shit. We could bluff snap them here. Here's the winner of these OTA buffs. Let me find out my thoughts on the OTAs here on the YouTube side. Very succinct video today. It's like 4 minutes long. Humor me and give it a click. I'm just gonna leave that game. I could maybe get more information, but I want to like accidentally talk myself into staying in a game that we have no business staying in. We're about to jam a Hulk in a shark suit. I was, and then we drew Kitty. If you put Jeff into a Hulkbuster, do you get Orca? Asking the real questions. And this is really the strength of Hulkbuster in this deck, right? Like we drew Kitty late, and we're gonna have a 9-power Kitty. Right? Do you think they play for the Baxter building here? If they don't retreat, it might actually be better to Captain Marvel into the Shuri and then play 10-power Kitty Pryde and just assume they like don't play for mid. Viction, thank you for the over 2 years. I appreciate the 26 months. Welcome back. Yeah, I mean, like, that was kind of just like a textbook lesson in why Destroy's never like a super top tier deck, right? Like, all it takes is running into someone playing Armor or Cosmo to largely ruin your day and your run. Hey, Adamadium, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Would it be too broken if Hulkbuster gave a shield for 1 round? I assume by gave a shield, you mean like made it so it can't be destroyed? So I would wager part of the reason why they haven't done something like that is a lot of the cards that you want to put Hulkbuster on, like Deadpool, for example, like want to be blown up. So it would make it so it just like wouldn't synergize with that effect anymore. Well, that's kind of a rip. Trying to avoid playing into the miniaturized lab here to duck the 4-power raccoon turning into a 6-power raccoon. Does Hulkbuster affect the base power on Kitty? I don't know the answer to that question. Rocket Raccoon Wolfsbane. Could be someone in the kitchen. Could also be someone that's just a little bit newer to Marvel Snap. Could be some kind of weird bounce thing. We're not quite sure what they're doing. We'll play a little bit more conservatively until we see some more cards out of their deck. Whatever they're doing, it seems good to the cloning mats. Yeah, that's a good take. Accurate take. You get to like play a 7-power Wolfsbane left and crank it up to 15. It's definitely taking their good sweet time, whatever it is. Do I have a Patreon? Patreon technically exists. But I don't really promote it or encourage people to send money on it. But it's there for people that have that as their preferred platform. There's like no way we win this game. I'm mostly just wondering if I'm supposed to stay for the sake of seeing another card. Kitty's not doing anything left. Kitty left, let's Captain Marvel cover this. By this much. I think it's worth spending a cube to see White Tiger. Definitely looks like a lower collection level player. Odin is probably in the realm of other cards that I should be thinking about here. Wong potentially as well. Remember, like we talked about, there's not collection level based matchmaking as you get higher up. So this could be someone that's just like lower into Series 3. With Bast. Yeah, Wong and Ironheart are good shouts. Maybe Odin is less likely. I don't know. I feel like playing White Tiger without Odin's gotta be wrong. They could be a weird negative deck. That's a good shout. Hey, Gregorio. Thank you for... Hey. Thank you for the, 100 gifted subs. Holy shit. Thank you. That is, absurdly generous. Hope life's treating you well wherever you're at. You've been around the community for a long time, and thank you for the absurd contribution. To the 100 new members of the Hooglandia community, I just refreshed the subs Discord server, so you should make sure to pop on into there. We have a ton of great people hanging out talking about all things Marvel Snap and everything else there. To everybody in chat who's not a sub, who missed one of those sub gifts, I think you should reconsider if Marvel Snap's the right game for you, because you are deterministically unlucky at this point. And it's tough sledding out there for those of you that are that unlucky. Medusa and Forge. Yep. Oh, rip. I missed on the Hulkbuster. I think I had to flip that coin though, right? Had to. Hey, Touchpad, thanks for the sub gift. We went with a 10 power Taskmaster, right? Maybe. Maybe. I mean, we beat White Tiger most of the time here, right? I think if I Boomer Snap them this day. The Taskmaster's only 10, shit. Oh! Oh, they can move too. Well played, opponent. I didn't think about them moving. Yeah, they played that great. I'm gonna attribute that to being distracted by Gregorio and their absurd generosity. If I'd have left armor, no, the White Tiger would have stayed. I needed to leave armor and Taskmaster there. Would have gotten it done. Hey, Mike Awesomeness. Thanks for upping that Prime. I appreciate the third of a year. Been a YouTube Jeff consumer since 2018. I thought I should make up for some lost time. Thanks for the A+ content, though I missed some of the hot magic takes. Thanks, Gregorio. It's good to have some of the old timers along for Snap-a-Lappin' while we're here. Am I playing this middle? I feel like I am. And then I'm like gonna Captain Marvel mid. And then we'll like Shuri on 5. Yeah, then we'll Shuri on 5 into like, what's her called? Chavez on 6? Yeah, I like it. They are a Mr. Negative Brew, okay. Is it right in general to try and keep a lane clear to Kitty Hulkbuster? Well, so Digital Dookies, I couldn't play Kitty Hulkbuster into the altar. That last game I didn't have the option to keep a path clear. We are a long way from the Teferi countdown. Arctic Fox, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. It's almost surreal in a way to go from Magic the Gathering's balanced cadence to playing a game like Marvel Snap where we had an OTA update today and I wasn't like desperately waiting for them to fix the game. It was just like, oh, they buffed some things and it's kind of sweet that they buffed some things. Not like, oh dear God, please fix this fucked up imbalanced format. It's wonderful in the best way that is. That is how it is. Do you have stats on how many current viewers or subscribers? I don't actually. This is the same as playing America Chavez. It's technically better against Shang-Chi, so we'll do this. That's how it currently feels. Unite also has pretty slow balance cadence. Agree. They're Negative Surfer. Yeah, the last card is probably Silver Surfer, huh? That would make the Brood make sense. Brood could just be there for like Wolfsbane synergies. Surfer's definitely a possibility. Oh my gosh, GG opponent. That was the one card in their deck that beat us there. They had to have exactly negative inverted Wolfsbane. Or sorry, I guess it was Bastard Wolfsbane, huh? It's not negative? That's fair, they could have had that from the start. Alright, let's see if we can climb 10 to 2. I messed up one of these games. Twitch Rivals is Wednesday.
Oh, snap.
If we draw a Taskmaster, this is our best possible hand. I want to put Forge into the wood chipper here, so that way we don't risk having priority if we can avoid it. That is Twitch Rivals. I think Twitch Rivals starts at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. for the Snap one, and then it's like 4 p.m. for the Unite one. All right, we have one more draw at what's it called? Eggs meat basket. Yep. We're 1 in 4 to hit Taskmaster, so 25%. Should I Shuri the Vision if we don't have Taskmaster? Maybe? Yeah, we haven't seen their last card yet. It could be Surfer, but it could also be Odin. Oh, we beat that, right? Alright. Alright, we didn't get skunked shit. We're on the board. 4 more. We got with the next 4. This is probably an Ironheart. Could be a Wolfsbane as well, I suppose. Assuring Do. She doubles the power of the next card played at her location. Is 16 enough to win the middle? You want to put everything right? I think this could be Wolfsbane here is the problem. It could also be Ironheart, though.
In range.
I think it's gonna come down to Tiger Prox. They played for mid. Okay, don't call it a comeback, chat. Don't call it a comeback, chat. Climbing back up. Cubes will not go down without a fight. I'm ready. I'm in it for the long haul. It's gonna be an 11-match monster. Six. So I guess it's three more if we win. So we go up to 6, 7, 8 to 8 rounds. I'm gonna Iceman, because if I draw Kitty, waiting till Iceman is bad.
Parker!
Am I willing to shrink Jeff by 1? I think so. And 5 to draw Kitty next turn. 1 6. 1 6 to draw Kitty next turn. They got a good card and we got a terrible one. I think this archetype's very reasonable, Shifu. I prefer it to the traditional Shuri deck with Red Skull just because you have more counterplay to like playing into opposing tech cards. We Taskmaster Captain Marvel here. And then we can maybe play into Mojo World. Think this is the line? Why'd the Bass stay at 1? Oh, because Mr. Negative overwrites Quantum Realm. That was a negative best. Yeah, I mean, we could lose to some combination of crazy negative stuff. I can't really play around that.
Victory!
Well, all things considered, this is pretty solid for us, right? I don't think I Iceman on 1 because I don't have anything else to do on turn 3. So we'll go Angela into Iceman, into Shuri, into Vision and Taskmaster. No Kitty, but like as far as like non-Kitty hands go, this one's like very much towards the top, right? Wow, they didn't have brood. That's so good for us. Do-do, do-do. That is a large rocket raccoon. Thankfully, we can give up the left in theory. We're just dead to Odin, right? Are we? They'd be 20. Yeah, we're dead to Odin. Wolfsbane is only... Yeah, we're dead to Wolfsbane too. I could play around Wolfsbane. Or I can play... This beats Wolfsbane. So I can't beat Odin either way. Woo! Alright. Alright. Sometimes lucky rubber ducky. We're gonna stand up for the last one. Shake it out. Shake it out. We're 10-2, and now we're here. My body is ready for this ego. Kitty! Captain Marvel only ties the middle. Is Jeff Wright beating Odin? Jeff Wright's plus 11 up to 26. Yeah, I mean... Okay. I need Ironheart to not hit Tiger and Odin. Oh, I needed none of them to go, right? We're tied there, we lose the breaker, right? God, what a close set. Oh, man. Yeah, we needed all three to go into these 6, which is pretty unlikely, right? What was the roll there at the end? So they need to hit the... We need to hit the 6 and 8, 5 and 7, 4 and 6. 6 out of 8 times 5 over 7 times 4 over 6. There's a 36% chance to win that game. Not bad. Yeah, our hand wasn't amazing. Opponent played this set really well. It was a really, really solid, really close, good set. To be fair, they also had a horrible hand. I mean, outside of not having negative early, their deck kind of did what it wanted to do. You don't think Ironheart can hit Odin? Ironheart can definitely hit Odin. Isn't Hulkbuster more powerful if it hits Angela? No, Shuri doubles the Hulkbuster and then it attaches to something as 10. I am not doing viewer decks today, no. We're just playing decks that I want to play. What did you say I wanted to do? I wanted to play some Shauna. Shauna time? We're gonna play Negative Deadpool. I just did a highlight with Negative Deadpool, so I'm not really intending to play that deck again. I also don't think it's built any differently with the change. Still exactly what it was before. It is an excellent Dazzler variant. When do you get interesting splits beyond the basic funky colored one? Your first chance to get inked is your 4th split. Your first chance to get gold is your 5th split. That's all right. What would I want to do past this? Armor is a fine tech card. Ant-Man's probably fine. Mystique could copy Blue Marvel. That's true, actually. It's actually super clean to be able to go Blue Marvel into Mystique Shauna on the last turn now. I don't know that I want Squirrel Girl. I think I want to make my deck, like, as resistant to... I think I want to be as, like, resistant to, what's it called as possible, Killmonger. It's a Bass deck. Could be a Bass deck. Patriot. I have one card that works with Patriot. I don't know that I have room to Shang on the last turn. Like, Shang's a card you want to play on the last turn. Yondu's not a play up. Yondu is not disruption. Yondu is a death/null enabler, and that is it. I'm not gonna put bad cards in my deck. Chat, I've already got Dazzler and Shauna, okay? We're at our threshold for bad cards. Stop suggesting them. Bishop does not work with Dazzler. Jeff the Baby Land Shark. Yeah, it's a good call. He's just, like, good into hard-to-reach locations. I don't have room to play Titania. Mojo, I'm not putting cards on my opponent's side of the board. I think we're probably fine filling the board without Squirrel Girl. There's another card I could play that's good with Bast. I could just play Iron Man. Honestly, part of me looks at this and wonders, do I need Kazar? I guess he's 7 stats with Shauna. We're definitely not a Magic deck. Other decks will use the 7th turn way better than we do. He's Ink Jeff. It is a sick Kazar variant. Is Sarah not good? I think I want to play a good ongoing card on 5 and then 2/3 drops on 6. I don't think I need Sarah. The problem with Jean is the Jean path's gonna get full before turn 6, which means that Shauna's not gonna have a place to add a thing to. Let's start here, but I wouldn't be surprised if we end up cutting Kazar. We're at the point of the deck building where Chad is shouting lots of cards that are very unplayable at me, so let's get the heck out of there and just play some games. We're getting there, don't we start there? That's fair. It's crazy how when you have a wild conquest match, the tension builds up and then a bunch of people just leave. Like, we were just over 2,000 people at the end of that conquest match, so we dropped off 10% of them when it was done. Grounds, we'll do that. I agree that debris is the only suggestion I've heard in chat that sounds somewhat reasonable. What's going on, Hats? Thanks for the over 5 years. Welcome back. Good afternoon. We're gonna run late today. We're gonna play another half hour, 45 minutes of Marvel Snap, and then we're gonna close out with a sponsored hour of Genshin Impact. If you enjoy my content and you want an easy way to support that doesn't cost you anything, hanging out for the sponsored segment today is a great way to do that. Genshin's also very sweet and has a bunch of new content released recently. That's a lot of fun. Am I basting? I think so. I think so.
Avengers! Assemble.
I think I'm actually going to put the Dazzler here because with Iron Man on Onslaught Citadel, I just don't need the extra help there. Space Throne does count for Dazzler. Yeah, she says your locations that are full on your side, so that counts for Throne now. Which is wonderful compared to her previous design, because her previous design was literally just didn't work if this location was out. Yeah, definitely Ent. Ooh, am I gonna need...
Iron Man.
I think I'm actually gonna need second Iron Man over here on the left, aren't I? Which is fine. Oh, she's 4, huh? I just put Jeff into the throne. I don't expect them to be able to put more points into here, though, right? I could put Jeff on the throne, but I think we just do this and crush them on the tiebreaker, right?
I am Iron Man.
Ah, rip. All right, chat, you were right. I didn't think they were a Khazar deck. Interesting how Conquest feels more compelling even though the stakes are as low as post-infinite. Yeah, that's true. That's just like the nice part of like, there's like a full story there to tell basically, right? Chat's always right except when they're wrong, big true. DZ Rascal, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Good afternoon. But I just like both realizing simultaneously, like, oh yeah, it's the Proving Grounds. Does a thumbs up emote really mean the middle finger to most people? A resounding yes. This is actually kind of perfect, right? I do this, and then I get to go Iron Man into Mystique Shauna. And gained a couple of stats there. So Iron Man left into Mystique the Iron Man right.
Spider-Man here.
I am Iron Man.
With that happening, do I just play another Iron Man on the left? That is a sick Spider-Man split. Because my Dazzler's already over here, right? But if I do this, this puts Dazzler up to 8 total. 8, 11, 12, plus whatever my Shauna is. Does her deck run Enchantress? Well, I can't play around an Enchantress, so there's no point in talking about that. A lot of people cut Enchantress from that build. I would always recommend you play Enchantress in their deck.
I am Iron Man.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
It's pretty solid.
Victory.
And kind of exactly how we drew it up, huh? Five mana ongoing card into Mystique plus Shauna. Would Valk be gonna say? I don't think Valk fits into our curve, really. Like I said, that idea of going 5 mana ongoing card, either Iron Man or Blue Marvel, into either Shauna plus Dazzler or Mystique plus Dazzler or Mystique plus Shauna. Is Nightcrawler better than Ant-Man? Maybe? I don't know. We have armor for Ant-Man to keep him alive, and Ant-Man's a lot of stats. If you bast the Ant-Man is 6 power. Valk doesn't really fit into any curve right now, it feels like. I think that's a good, succinct summary of why that card is not popular, yeah.
Opponent snapped.
Well, that's a unfortunate icebox, but it is what it is. I want to accept the Jeff with Prime. My Twitch is connected with my Prime, and everything looks fine, but I have no option to Prime sub. Refresh your browser page, and then click the subscribe button. And there's a subscribe free with Prime checkbox at the bottom. Okay, is gold. So we're taking the time to hook that up. Hey, Saucer. Thanks for dropping off a few of Jeffrey Bezos' dollary dues. Appreciate the support. I don't know who I want to eat pork more here, Blue Marvel or Iron Man. Well, shit. Not today. Hey, gold? You did get it. Appreciate it. Is there a world where this wins the game? I think there's a world where this wins the game. Hibbity ball, one time, dealer. Ah, it's a little bit too little everywhere. There is an invisible Jane Foster to the left, for those wondering. Need them to be just any amount smaller where the Infinite is. Put it. Can Shauna roll multiple of the same card? I don't believe so. My favorite part about card update day is the confidence with which people will come into chat and be like, this other thing is better than the thing I've literally never played a game with. I would say never change Twitch chat, but please, please consider changing. Better roll 2 zeros before. Oh, that's interesting. I guess I must not have played her enough. I don't think I ever recall anecdotally rolling 2 of the same. Oh, not playing District X. Sure, I can definitely pull duplicates. All right, that's good to know. I hit a gold background split on Black Widow. I think Forge is likely to be the biggest OTA winner. Forge already saw some play in some B tier decks, and he's definitely strictly better than he was before. Shauna and Magic like weren't seeing any play previously. We'll see if they can get pushed up into seeing some play. Crystalline Surfer seems wild. Crystalline Surfer is not free. The Surfer deck needs to have room to play its tech cards. So you're getting more likely chance to draw Surfer while having less tech card tools in your deck. To set an incredibly low bar, the Cerebro 3 deck that we played performed above expectations. I'm not gonna say it was good, but it was the least bad Cerebro 3 deck I've played in some time. There will definitely be a Cerebro 3 highlight. It'll probably be tomorrow morning's highlight, actually. Although I did Cerebro 5 somewhat recently, didn't I? Maybe we'll wait till the weekend for that. So yeah, I did Cerebro 5 less than a week ago. I'll probably wait till Sunday for another Cerebro deck. Kinda hoping to draw Shauna here. Shauna or Mysterio are our two best draws. We're just bouncing in and out. Dodged on the Iceman perfectly. Lovely. This is one kind of like tough point with this deck is we're kind of doing our thing here, but there's a very real chance that like our thing just isn't quite powerful enough to keep up with what the opponent's doing because they're putting big numbers into play. And we saw that kind of with the with the lockjaw matchup in the last one, right? Like, we did big numbers, but the opponent's numbers were just even bigger than ours. Okay, that's the Mysterio I wanted for Christmas. I can't Mysterio and... I unfortunately can't Mysterio and Ant-Man because of the Iceman, but I think that's fine. I'm gonna play for center and right. It still plays for left a little bit, but we'll put our bigger numbers. Center and right. Yes, Shauna was updated to be a 3-cost card in today's over-the-air updates. Okay, so we're at 19 in the middle. Got him. Got him! Need to put the real Mysterio bid rather than the squirrel.
Victory.
Close. We had some alright numbers here, 19 and 22. Our numbers would have also been a little bit bigger if Iceman hadn't gotten us. We also missed on Shauna, is noteworthy. What's going on, my dude? What's up? She out in the garage. Is the car in the driveway? Is the silver car in the driveway? What? If the silver car's out in the driveway, she's probably picking a pail. Can you help with something? Yes, that's fine. You guys can play. You've got so many neighborhood friends, chat. Keeping track of which kids are where is a whole thing. Sometimes they're at our house, sometimes they're at their house. It's good that they have friends, though. My Bastang. I have Mysterio in my hand. The only thing that gets better with the Bast is if I draw Iron Man or what's it called? We can snap, bud. Probably don't have a great spot to fit this in on curve later. I'm gonna go ahead and play it out. I replaced the screen protector on my Fold Sticky, but mine was doing that and I replaced it. If there's an official Samsung service center within distance of you, you can mail it in for free and they'll replace it for you, or you can bring it in and they'll replace it for you complimentary. Yep, I know. Technically, you don't have told me. That's fine. Close my office door, though, while you're playing. Thank you, my dude. If you need anything, come get me. Okay, that's not terrible. Take an extra Dazzler. Yeah, there weren't any within travel distance of me here in Central Illinois either, so I had to get it done myself. Double the dazzle, double the fun. This is an excellent... I would really love if we had a playable deck with her, because yeah, the variance is awesome. going on, Darth Tater? I appreciate the 7 months. Welcome back. Howdy, Boomflex. They have a lot of kitty prides. Their hand was full though, because they haven't really done anything else, right? I just found out Twitch Rivals is not going to have us submit decks in advance, meaning I basically can't play any of the decks that I really like playing, or we'll get metagamed. Which is a little rough / unfortunate. Not a fan of that structure. Do this. So there's a huge in the middle. And then these each get +4. And then this Iceman, or this Ant-Man is, what, 5? This is our play to win line. Hope they play a little bit for, hope they assume they're winning Xandar and then play for Hala, and then we end up winning Xandar with the Iron Man plus cloning bets. This is definitely like our potential answer to the go tall problem.
I am Iron Man.
I think this is another 10 power kitty though, and then we're torched. Oh, they just didn't play for the middle at all. Real spooky, man. There might be something to this. Maybe we'll play it a little bit more tomorrow. I think Shauna has potential in the top end of Sarah control as well. Just like puts a lot of stats into play on the last turn of the game as like a different way, like not quite hit monkey, but like go wide across all the locations. I think that's something I want to try as well, a variation of that. For the last hour today, we are going to head back into Fontaine. Check out a little bit more Genshin Impact. This is probably, people always ask me what other games do I play off stream. And this is probably the video game that I play the most of off stream. This is a third-person action RPG for those that aren't familiar with it. It's probably one of the biggest open world games in existence at this point with their extra new area that they just added. This game has regular patches with a major content patch that releases yearly, usually about this time. Am I a whale in Genshin? I definitely don't qualify as a whale in Genshin, but I'm also not free to play. So, where is it? So, for people that haven't seen this game before, there's 5 major areas now. There's Mondstadt. There's Liyue. This slides into Sumeru with the desert. They just added the first bit of Fontaine, is this area here. But usually they'll add more to the regions over the course of the year as they add more content. Like Sumeru, I believe, originally released just this jungle area here. And then they added this desert. And then they added this next part of the desert. And then there's an entire island nation over in here that has a bunch of stuff going on in it too, and there's a couple of underground regions. But Fontaine just got added today, so I think I'm just gonna go hop around in Fontaine and see what we have to explore. So my favorite area so far, I think each one of the areas has just gotten progressively better as they've moved through it. I'm excited to play through all the Fontaine stuff. You do not need to pay to play. So, for people that haven't played Genshin before, the monetization is largely around character pulls to give you a wider range of teams to play with. but all of the action, adventure, RPG, fully voiced story, and exploration stuff is fully accessible. And you get a number of base characters completely for free. So I've got, people are familiar with Genshin, you'll see I've got a lot of characters fully built. You get, gosh, probably close to double-digit characters for free at this point to start, and none of the currency is locked behind a paywall. So you incidentally earn currency just for playing the game and exploring that lets you pull for characters. And if you save your pulls for specific banners, they call them, when characters come up, you can get specific characters that you're looking for completely free. You get about 1 5-star per patch if you play every day. Is that accurate? I'm not actually sure. There's also a lot of one-time gems and resources that you get to explore with. As you explore and open chests and stuff. I haven't played since the mountain area. How are the catch-up mechanics? Would it feel bad to come back down? Well, the number one thing I always like to point out about Genshin when it comes to monetization is that Genshin's a single-player game. It's not like you're queuing up for a PvP arena and you're gonna get smashed by like Whale Kraken 4659, right? Like look at that. Jumped up and we found a thing over here. If I hit this, does it do something? Haha! Look at that. We figured it out. Oh, wait. Okay, and then it changed where the wind currents were. So I shoot this again, and then it puts it back. It's a fucking hole. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, so you're not... It's a fully single-player game. So, like, as far as, like, catching up goes, it's just, like, how many hours do you have to get through... It's a platformer, too. Whoa! Oh, I didn't realize that. That was going to disappear. I missed that. It's a platformer, too. Yeah, it's a full third-person RPG. This isn't, like... You know, this isn't like other mobile games where you, like, watch the characters play the game for you, right? Like, you are actually doing this stuff on, if you're playing on mobile, too. I'm playing on PC with the PS5 controller right now, but I mostly play on mobile and my PS5 when I'm off stream. I didn't want to lug the PS5 down to my office when it runs fine on PC also. And the PS5 controller just, like, plugs right in. It works fine. And there's a ton of just, like, these little random puzzles and platforming things to explore out in the world. One of my personal favorite things about these types of games is, like, the fully voiced story. The world building in this game is really well done. All the main story stuff is fully voice acted in, like, 4 different languages. Some of the side quest content is not voiced, so those characters are just text on the screen, but all of the main story content is fully voiced. Your sword does not break after 3 swings on this one. The combat, here's a waypoint. Can I find someone to beat up? A monster. The combat in this game, you'll see I have 4 friends down the right side of my screen here. Here's some enemies. And how the combat works is, instead of, like, parrying and timing windows, combat is based around... Oh, well, she just deleted those. Combat is based around rotating through your characters in the right pattern to make sure their abilities line up with the timings on them. So every character has an ultimate and a regular ability. And the regular abilities generate you energy particles to recharge your character's ultimate. So that was her ultimate that just deleted those. So these guys will take a second. That shoot up.
Dare to mess with me.
You can see her ultimate charging bottom right.
Behold.
Usually how teams work in this game is you'll have one character that's considered your primary or on-field damage dealer, and then you'll have a couple of support characters, and then you'll have like what they call a sub-DPS that like switches on, does damage over time, and then you switch back to your main damage dealer. So like on this team here, Diona's my support character. She provides shields and heals. And then Farazan's a sub-DPS that powers up my Wanderer, my Nomad.
You even want this?
What's this?
Quit following me.
You do. So what's going on over here? Hint. Was there some type of crystal here? Is this a new type of gem to farm? Or are these the same as the old ones? They just look a little different here. Oh, you need great sword characters or claymore, whatever they're called. Break these easier. Oh, I don't think I showed her off earlier. Seiyu's one of my favorite characters for exploration too. Her and Wander are both great. Incandescence crystal. This is a new farmable. Okay. She has a roly-poly mode. This is one of her skills that attacks, but it also is a.
And away I
Does this do something? Oh, could this travel me to places? The Fontaine area that's new here is very steampunky. Someone earlier described it as like Italy meets France meets steampunk. Appreciate the folks that are hanging out for our sponsored hour at the end here. Believe it or not, after I sign off from streaming Snap, going and playing Genshin for an hour or two is something I do often, so we're just doing it on stream today. Thanks to the bounty board. Talking about team rotations, this is a triple ice team. Seiyu powers up other ice characters. Or Seiyu, Shene powers up other ice characters. And then Ganyu's a sub DPS and Rosaria's my on field. Some of these overworld characters, monsters die rather quickly though, so you have to do a full rotation.
Can't catch me.
You see these little blue things I keep collecting in places. These are Immaculai, I think they're called. They're a collectible that exists in every region that give you different bonuses. You are chased out of the garden by an angry old man. Naughty children, what are you doing breaking into my garden and trampling my flowers? Sorry, bro. Universe's area I played. It is a very visually stunning game. If you have a higher end smartphone, it actually looks pretty close to this on your mobile device as well. I play on my my Z Fold. Looks real good. I think if I climb up this mountain, I'll be able to float down and get the water Oculus here. I saw it. Wasn't it over that way? It was hovering in the air. Did it disappear when I triggered that guy? Oh no, it's there. Am I blind? I must have been blind while I was up top. Switch back to my Wander really quick because he jumps higher. There's a handful of characters like Wanderer and Seiyu that have useful abilities for world traversing. Kind of floats. Oh, it's higher than I was looking. Okay.
The wind rises.
The wind rises. Yes, wait for his thing to finish.
Behold!
Every area has its own unique set of audio design. The soundtracks to this game are really well done too. I watched the Witcher TV show. I haven't watched the latest season, but I watched the first two, I think. I'll do that. I'll do that at some point. I'm currently, what am I watching right now? I'm currently watching through the second season of Cloak and Dagger on Hulu for TV. And my wife, I usually have a show that I'm watching on my own, and then my wife and I will have a show we're watching together. and her and I are currently watching Taskmaster, a UK comedy show.
Yeah.
Friends down here to fight for a chest. That's a big end.
Torn to oblivion!
The
wind rises.
Wonder if he was supposed to come out of the house. I don't think he was supposed to come out of the house.
Huh. You even want this?
Yes, Taskmaster is on YouTube.
Quit following me. Too slow. Squall and fury.
How much you say you play Honkai versus Genshin? I definitely play Genshin more than Honkai. I like the story part of Honkai, but the fact that like you get to a certain point in Honkai and like it's just optimal to press auto battle makes me zone out a little bit in those games. And like you can see as I'm like walking around, like the combat's not super difficult in the overworld in this game as I have my characters well built, but like there's something, it's just like it's rhythmic and it's relaxing, just like go through and swap through my characters the way they're designed to swap through. What are you doing, bud?
Can't handle your dream, huh?
Some kind of random boss here?
Now you shall perish. Have fun with this gift. Dare to mess with
The wind rises. How amusing.
Ow!
Falling
Shit.
into the abyss.
There is no escape!
This team kinda has, Reason as a sub DPS.
Torn to oblivion!
Squall and fury.
So heals queued up from her.
Upon the gate.
Should I actually keep my shields up?
Gears of the storm.
The wind rises.
There is no escape!
Dare to mess with me.
There's some debate that Honkai would be a better game if the auto battle option was removed. Yeah, I can see
Handle
that.
your dream, huh? We'll see about that.
Sort of here in a second.
Bow your head.
Bow your head. Solid chunk.
Now you shall perish.
Lake Spirit's not messing around.
Too late for regret.
Holy crap.
Diana Special. Gears of the storm.
The wind rises. You're dead.
Inazuma shines eternal!
Each troop repeats its course.
The price for my sins.
Come back here with a different team chat. Yikes. Well, alrighty then. Alright, hold on. We're gonna go. Swap. I think we were still. I assume he's about to heal back to full. Yeah. He's a water guy, so the ice team's actually a good shout. Press the wrong button. Jeff said combat in the open world is pretty easy. The game took offense. Yes, essentially that. That is basically what just happened. I didn't play any Deadpool negative with the new Forge, mostly because it's not really a different deck. Like, the deck is exactly the same with new Forge as it was with old Forge. So I'm mostly going to be focusing on trying out new decks when we're playing.
My will embodied. No touching. Judgment. Punishment. Cryo incarnate. You will regret
It plays like the same as
Take
before,
your
but it's
truth.
just like better.
I'm out of here. All hail. My contract goes.
Holy crap. Well, this is why new content was interesting. My existing teams were rolling pretty much everything else I played in the game. So we'll have some new things to try out. Yeah, I probably want someone with a shield. We're gonna walk over here with my Bergen team in a second. This team has a metric ton of sustain. He's very mad. So this is a triple reaction team. You create these, what they call dendro cores on the ground. You create like these dendro cores on the ground, and then Toma lights them on fire, and then when they get wet, they explode.
Fire it up. Ring cutter.
It's immune to water damage, though. Guess that's awkward.
I got you covered.
Might not matter, I suppose. Makes Zing cute. Not good, though. Well, when I switch to Toma, I lost me.
Allow me.
Check this out.
Rain outlines your fate. Yes. Witness the power of good one.
Here you are. Don't get too close.
Rest and Reven. A brash return. Bring refuge.
Here's backup.
They're co-op in this game. There is. So you can't do... You unfortunately can't do the main storyline stuff via co-op, but there is co-op for like open world exploration as well as like doing random dungeons and stuff.
Scatter.
Hold the line.
Supporting fire.
Alright, well this team with all sustain, Zinky's not doing damage because he does water, but we're living through it. My wife and I do, there's a daily energy mechanic for, like farming artifacts and stuff, and my wife and I usually spend a lot of hours together.
Don't get too close.
Covenant of the deep.
I got you covered. Flicker.
A brash maneuver. Allow me.
Micro, so El Hatham doesn't die.
Witness the power.
Check this out.
There are guilds and clans in this game. There isn't guilds or clans from the social aspect,
Fire
actually.
it up. Supporting fire.
Rest and Reven.
The process of elimination.
We have a very active Genshin Impact thread in the subs Discord server under Gaming General. There's like 50 or 60 people in there last I checked. I chat in there and talk about things, so if you're someone that's thinking about playing, and you want to chat about the game and talk about different strategies or things to do and not do, it's a great place to pop in for that. My number one piece of advice if you decide to pick up Genshin is just don't worry about using resources inefficiently early. You can do most of the open world content with any characters. You know, seeing some of these crazy bosses here in the late game.
Allow me.
And in terms of total resource usage, it's like pretty trivial to it's pretty trivial to level most characters to like 40 or 50. So like you're not really wasting resources trying things out. Thank you, mods, for doing mod things. Appreciate you. He dropped some things. Drop of tainted water. I wonder if that's an ascension material for a new character. There is a water thing. It says above me. The little star on my radar there is one of those water things we've been collecting. Must be up top. Ah, it is. To go heal him here in a second, but we can jump across and grab this first. What's going on, St. Lovejoy? Yeah, we did a little bit longer staff stream because we had the OTA update, and I had a sponsored opportunity to show off some of the new Genshin area via the Twitch bounty board. This is one of my favorite off-stream games, so I like to take them up on any sponsored chances when they come across. A little exploration inside of Fontaine this afternoon. What games are my kids into right now? What have they been playing? Fortnite's the only, like, lifestyle live service game they've been sticking with that gets regularly updated. Jacob just started a playthrough of Yoshi's Crafted World as far as single-player stuff goes.
Following me.
I'm gonna blame you if I'm up late playing Genshin today, because it's obviously not my fault. I accept the blame. I've done many a late nights. Try and collect some waypoints here while we're exploring around. It's been a while since I had a new area to grab a bunch of waypoints in. His story name is actually the Wanderer, and they give you the option to rename him, and I didn't have something clever to name him, so I just named him Nomad, so it's like Wanderer, but kind of different. You saved your name, I think. They give you another one. Where is it? I think I have one that lets me rename him if I decide to be clever. I thought about just being lame and naming him Jeff, because I kind of like his character a lot. One of these, yes. May bestow a new name upon a certain person. I think this is for him, right? So you could go, one of the things that they added, there's underwater, I think there's, you could kind of fight underwater. I haven't fully figured that out yet. It says there's a other thing here. So there's a waypoint down underneath. So we need to go deeper. There's also, thankfully, I was refreshed to see that there's no breath mechanic in this game. In this game, so you can just kind of like chill and explore as much as you want. Many an underwater. God, it goes deep, huh? A couple people earlier mentioned the map was deceptively small based on the height of it. Absorb its ability. How does this work? A pulsing sonar wave that has detection-based capabilities. Holding it down will allow you to aim while continuously releasing sound waves. Interesting. Oh, that triggered a chest. I like prizes. Music right now is lovely. And they have such an excellent range of different music in this game. It's up halfway through Inazuma. I think every single additional region they've added to Genshin has improved in most facets. I think the world design gets better, the character rating gets better. And I don't even think the base areas are bad. It's just like they get even better as you go. Paimon can't talk underwater. Please help us. We certainly do look reliable. Oh, we can talk underwater. This is a side mission, so it is not voiced. The evil minions of the fell dragon Narcius have surrounded the Piritchu. We need to help her. Yeah, forget the names, just lead the way. That's a apt response. Are the new areas locked? No, you can technically walk. This is a fully open world game. The Inazuma region is locked behind a story thing because you need to get a boat as part of the story to get there for the island nation. But all of the others, you could technically just walk straight there. You like load up and walk over. You'll probably run into enemies that beat you up in certain parts if your characters aren't leveled. For me. Is that the Pichu you are referring to, Anne? That's right, please help her. Don't leave, I'm gonna get serious. Oh, does this portal here put us through to a regular place where we fight as normal? That's what it looks like here, huh? Yo. Lit.
Go, go!
Shine down!
Squall Fury. Upon the gale.
They're saved! It's a Finch? Petite is Petite. Regardless, it's good that you're well, Petite. Now let me introduce these two. I haven't asked you your names. My characters are very boring in RPGs chat. They're always just a dude named Jeff. Well, it's Paimon, our floating companion. Thank you, Knight and Squire. Squire's like better than what Paimon gets assumed to be most of the time, so. Squire Paimon, my shoulders ache. Lavender Melon. Although I have considered getting a Squire in the past. Do you really want one? Seems like this journey's pretty tough for you, huh? My apologies. I am Petit Chu, a member of the, I'm not going to try and pronounce this word, adventure team. If not for your help, I might have... The Narcus has girded his subordinates with the aegis of the 4 Ornaths, so our powers are unable to overcome them. That's how it is. But you and your companion on our side, good night. We should have nothing to fear. The princess will be pleased. Ooh, there's a princess. Who is this adventure team and what's going on with the Narcissus? Sometimes I name my character Sully. It's just Lewis backwards, but it looks like a fantasy. Oh, it's Sully. Suel? It does look very fantasy, Lawyer Lewis. I agree. The children of the princess live happily here together in kingdom and unparalleled gladness. Later, the kingdom fell to the predations of the Narcissus, a fell dragon who had designs on the princess and her treasures. She hid herself away in a high tower and entered a deep slumber, and that's why we now know the kingdom as Anaposis. They filled Anaposis with bitter waters. That which we just defeated was an evil being born from those waters, an entity that opposes the Reconquista. This time, we attempted to infiltrate this place and rescue the princess while the dragon was absent. However, we ran into a great many foes and ultimately we failed. But now that we have you and Paimon on our side, they've got nothing to fear. It's my favorite team setup. I really like this Wanderer team I'm playing right now, but the Bergen team with Alhaitha is solid too. Those are the two I've been playing in inside of the Spiral Abyss right now. I have defeated a dragon in the past. You have? Yeah, it was the first area. It did happen more than once, in fact. It's a great fortune to have met you. It seems the time has come at last for the Reconquista. The adventure team shall reclaim the realm and rescue the princess. Let's get rid of the foul water. Is this going to be an underwater area without water, then? Interesting. Some Atlantis vibes going on here, huh? It's like random thing we happened across. Sheanid magic. The defensive power is weakened. There will also be obstacles for us to fight from here on in. Let's go help my brother Al. See another character? Well, Petit Chu and I can't be the only members of the team. We don't quite think that highly of ourselves. They're not quite as strong as us. Al covered our escape when we retreated. Now that the power is waning, let's go help him. He's running a mono Geo team and I'm missing El Beta. I actually don't have any Geo characters built.
Quit following me.
This thing shooting at us? Is that what's happening here?
Shake and stir!
Now you shall perish. There is no escape.
The wind rises.
I'm not the Genshin demographic. I am very much a person who enjoys quality RPGs, which is the Genshin demographic. You're right that I'm not a big anime person, which is honestly part of the reason why I didn't try the game for so long to begin with, but I'm glad once I finally did. Just a very good RPG. We recently got Eula. I have Eula too. I haven't built her yet. I have Eula and Kazu. I ended up pulling for and haven't fully built yet. Eula's teams look sweet though. Eula's got some good teams with Raiden, who I have built and kitted. Al is safe, chat. With Petit Chu and Anne, we meet at last. In the darkest days, I thought of you and drew strength to fight from the thoughts. We have our duck and our whatever this other bird is now to help us uphold the cause of justice. Finch. Why is the Finch's older brother a duck? Asking the real questions. Why a duck, you ask? Are such definitions important? I have a supple body, an iron will, and webbed feet with which to tread water. Of these, I am proud, and that is enough. And Petite Chu is Petite Chu, the sphere in the shape closest to perfection and the most complicated of all shapes. I am most proud of my sister. What are you talking about? What is Al talking about? He means we shouldn't dwell on the details too much. Sure. Adventure teams are desperate. We're gonna save the princess. Person I am now knows only the one who stands before me as a noble and valiant knight who possesses the iron will. Usually the mightier the will, the larger the form is needed to be its vessel, as is the case, but this nice stature is much like mine, and yet... Alright. Look up. The princess... Above the princess's tower, that is Narcissus. Oh, is this a new boss? Isn't that just an Oceanid? This is the Fell Dragon. The dragon who invaded the kingdom. Its wings are huge and frightening. But it is an Oceanid. Well, Paimon, you have seen much. What should a dragon look like? Maybe... They got like wings and stuff, but they're not made of water. Like Mondstadt's Dvalin. Dvalin's super blue. His wings are huge. He can fly. That is true. The Oceanid is blue. I forgot Dvalin was blue. Oh yeah, that one, the dragon in Liwa is orange or yellow? Yeah, it feels like the recent bottle event they did was like leading up into some of the type of stuff they were doing here in Fontaine, it looks like. There's a couple other random like Oceanid water droplets that are about to. What counts as a dragon? Categories are just a social construct. There's no objective meaning. Let's go with that one. I would be able to communicate and understand the world anyways. I agree with the knight. Our categories should not define our essence. Our purpose defines our essence, and at this time, we are heroes challenging the wicked dragon, and he is the wicked dragon. A rose by any other name would smell just as sweet. It's a solid reference. And that precisely is the case, Petite Chu. Were you not called Petite Chu, you would still be called my dearest younger sister. Yeah, I think the story writing is quirky and fun. So long as that's the tower your princess sleeps in, the one lurking atop the tower is the Fell Dragon. Is that right? As I fear, as we stated previously, he is not here now, which is why we were able to win our way here so easily. That up there is the dragon's hatred made manifest. Can't it just be an ordinary statue? Like, commanding his underlings, make an image of him on the highest tower to show off his greatness and force for all the people in the land or something? Well, you actually make a reasonable point, but if that were the case, we should still have to see it before Petite Chu made the foul water disappear, right? But instead, the evil has melded with the waters, which is why his wicked intent crystallized into the image where once the waters were drained. That can't be how it happened. The Fell Dragon is truly terrifying, and my talons hurt looking at him. We should be fine even if he is present. It's just a wee little dragon. It's a designated location. I don't know what these things are, but they light up when I go through them, so I'm gonna assume they're good for us. Oh, look at that!
Unnecessary.
Prizes. It's a sweet looking mantle of hatred. Oh, look, it's Jack the Frog. Jack. Goodness, you're safe. As I thought, you were the ones who emptied the water out. Excellent, excellent. Dear friend, please show some respect. Petite Chu is doing her best. You're right, I suppose she's done nothing wrong, ultimately. Forget it. The yellow and white ones, who are they? I guess we are a little bit yellow in this getup, huh? Who else would I mean? Petite Shoe look yellower to you? Or does Anne? Blue Frog? Alright, Paimon. Don't be angry, Jack. This is Knight, Jeff, and Paimon. A knight, you say, then I suppose Paimon is the squire? Paimon is no squire. Give me an option to call them emergency food. Oh, come on, that's such a missed throwback. We'll call her a bard. No wonder Paimon's such a good talker. You stop that, Jeff, or Paimon's gonna come up with a lively limerick to give you licking the likes of which you've never seen. She is basically a bard, huh? Or companions, all right, companions. You're not some minor feudal warrior, not in the usual sense anyways. I see then some honorary knight, one with the title that comes with little benefit. Well, Jeff is an honorary knight, but he got that in Mondstadt for doing heroic battle with the Storm Terror. And you are a dutiful, capable warrior. In that case, welcome to Orchestra Jack. Orchestra? That's some kind of music troupe? I thought they were an adventure squad. The name is merely an analogy, for we weave resistance like an orchestra in our struggle against the Narcias as we seek to rescue Miss Lyris. Don't you mean princess? That's right. Isn't Lyris a princess? Well, both terms refer to the same person, but leaving that aside, we should listen well. The title princess is a rigid, hierarchical term of address, a product of an oppressive system. It was a title whose merit is birth, not labor or wisdom. Down with the monarchy. Here we go again. If the universe was a more rational one, there would be no gods, no kings, and certainly no princes or princesses, nor would there be mystical powers that only a few may yield. Do you follow me thus far? Didn't you put your name on your organization as well? This rabbit hole is not for me. I'm getting a little deep here, Frog. Sounds deep, but also confusing for Paimon. But not doing anything all day while being able to enjoy delicious, sweet madams is pretty nice. Is there anything wrong with that? See, if there are some who will reap the benefits despite no labor, then there must be some who will have to do more to compensate. Paimon lacks the strength for labor, therefore the compensation is my obligation. That's true. It would indeed seem so. Your line of thinking is fair and responsible. Thanks a lot, Jeff. Wait, Paimon does work in her own way, doesn't she? Not really. Been a very interesting conversation, but allow me to interject. Dear Jack, good night. We may now discuss our next course of action to rescue the princess. Silencing voices you don't want to hear, I see. Oh, Jeff, come see the repression inherent in the system. Help, help, Al's repressing me. I'm being repressed. Jack, you... Al isn't doing that. He's a good person. He wouldn't bully you. Dear sister, please do not lose your temper over this. If you have more to say, Jack, why don't we find a corner and settle this like gentlemen? Stop squabbling. Please, everyone, aren't we comrades? We've gathered to rescue the princess or Miss Lyris after all. We count as such, I suppose. We shall cooperate, even though my final goal is to create a more beautiful world for Miss Lyris. Let us shake hands then, comrades. We are indeed all comrades, Chance. Seize the means. You have wings, I have webbed feet. If you think these are apt replacements for hams, then we shall do so, comrade. Jake and Al shake hands awkwardly. If nothing else, they extend their wing and webbed foot and tap them together. Yeah, there were, that's something I noticed in Honkai Star Rail, their turn-based game by the same publisher, that they had more, like, pop culture references in the story writing, and I think it's fun that they're carrying it over into Genshin as well. Please get along with him, Al. Of course, dear sister, do not worry, we're united in one cause. Not that problem solved. This is but the manifestation of a deeper issue. Jack, please. What do we do next? I almost forgot. We're here to save the princess. While I was starting to think that I brought such capable help along just to listen to the two boys squabble. As for the situation, just ask Al and Jack to explain in a moment to cool off. Talk to Jack. Is there a waypoint or something down here? Attack the crystal, create a dense water plank to continue forward, or block the mist bubble attacks.
Too slow.
Ah, that's what was happening earlier. I'm probably supposed to talk to Jack before we do this, but also, like...
Too slow.
Oh, it knocks me back is what it's doing. Okay. Quickly remove the hydro gem from inside the bubble. Aha! Uh-oh.
Think you can bully me? Shine down!
It's like a thing. They've had a lot of neat little platforming things in this area so far. Aha! I got it on the first try that time. Oh, hey, when we walked through a bunch of these things earlier, it gave me a chest. Alright, I had to smack it that time.
Unnecessary.
Quit following me.
Another one.
Yeah. The wind rises. Search for it.
It's close.
Shake your hands, ears of the storm! Dare to
Behold.
Where are we off to?
Quit following
Bubble
me.
to hit over here. He's got like a DPC character. Yeah, I like him. I like him a lot. He's become one of my favorite. Ow! He's become one of my favorite overworld characters for sure.
Unnecessary.
Hey, have fun, it man. Remember, if you do have some questions or you want to talk about other people with the game, pop in the Subs Discord server. Under Gaming General, there's threads for a few different games, including this one. You can like, there's a bunch of well-written story stuff, like the other stuff we're doing with the little water characters below, but you can also just like, literally spend dozens of hours walking around the open world finding stuff to do. This is some kind of challenge. Wait, what? Blow up the things. Oh no, wait, is it sending me back? Oh shoot. That's a good thing. Oh. Can't tell if I need to be down here or not. Ah. Prizes. What's inside this dude? Oh, it's down around behind him. The bow characters can be a little bit tricky. It's nice because they're like, you saw I wasn't exactly on it with her, but her charge shot like powered up and let me pop through it. Getting, you know, close enough. Talk to them for the last little bit. Yeah, let's do it. Things around here. All right, Al, what you got? Jack, you, Paimon don't. Jack? Knock it off. We're not going to start this all over again. Paimon knows. Anne told us you could explain the situation. Let me speak first then, honored knight and Paimon. Concerning the tower before this, Narcissus has been unable to overcome it. As such, the princess is still safe. At that time, when all seemed lost, the princess gave her greatest treasure to us, and that was the time that belonged to her. She gave you her what now? Time, you say. After she lost that time, the princess and the tower she dwells in both fell into a stagnant, dreamless slumber. In remembrance of her, we named our fallen realm the Anaposius. What does that mean? Because it is completely stagnated, Nasius has also been unable to taint anything within. That's more or less our situation. What do you mean more or less? Firstly, how would someone give anyone else their time? It's true. Princess Lyris did share her time with us. Nasius would constantly plot to invade, but with the time she gave us, we became far stronger. My brother Al could usually only defeat one enemy, one foe at once, but with more time, he can vanquish 4 or even 5 in one go. Most vivid example. Thank you for your explanation, dear Petichu. Well, I know you understand now. Not at all, in fact. How do you give your time to other people? Is detail matters? Is it not similar to how feudal nobles would hire sharecroppers? How do these things even connect? Are you trying to say that exchanging time for pay is a form of giving your time to others? Oh, that must be what they're saying. Very small part of the wealth of a sharecropper creates will belong to him. If this is understood and regarded as normal by all, then what is there about this situation that is hard to comprehend? Jack really wants to seize the means, chat. Why are you debating the Oceanid? There's too much oddity at play here, just leave it aside. Alright, Paimon totally gets it. What's going on, Ant-Man? Yeah, we're wrapping up with a little bit of sponsored Genshin from the bounty board today. Appreciate everybody hanging out through the end. Jack is a real one. Nasius has spent long years since searching for the princess's treasure. Only its power can cause time in the tower to flow again, and only then will the locked gates open. Thus, he's summoned water brimming with wicked intent to drown the kingdom and create underlings, unnumbered and many magical devices besides. All of this was done to hunt us as the adventure team members down and seize the treasures that should have been in our hands. Should have? Before we had another brother, nay, in those terrifying days he took the treasure and fled alongside us, but he dissolved into the waters while covering for us. Yikes. I miss him so much. We were very good friends. I hate the dragon, even though I know that these feelings are not good. I miss Nay. He was like my real brother, just like Al. We're sorry for your loss. If that's the case, how are we supposed to save the princess? The treasure is sealed in the tower, and can only be opened again with said treasure. Well, when they... How do I put this? When we were consolidating our rear lines, we of Orchestra Jack obtained some key intelligence that allows us to ascertain the treasure's location. You have? Of course, it's right over there. It's just right over there, chat. In the sky? As in the water in the sky? Before Nay dissolved, he used the last of his strength to purify a patch of water in the ferment. It was there that he hid the treasure. What an irony. It seems that Narcissus has gotten too used to looking down upon the citizenry below that he does not have the habit of looking up, and there the treasure has been hidden all along. It does sound like something they would come up with. How do we get up there? Petite and Al take us up there? Unfortunately, it's impractical. If we go up there, we should find a small fountain of magic. Many options will open to us if we reach it. Are you feeling better, Anne? Thank you, Paimon, but you need not worry. We must destroy 3 bubbled formations up in Arceus perimeter. Oh, we already did 2 of those. Okay, we were exploring and we did 2 of those incidentally. Okay. Gotta be one of the most side quests ever. So, I think this is one of the bigger, like, usually there's 2 or 3 bigger, like, world quests inside of each region that, like, unlock new big areas like this. So I would wager this is probably one of those. Leave it to me. All right. I need to hear Jack's opinions on most things. Okay, where's the last one? All right, the last one's over there.
Quit following me.
Okay. Ow. We did, in fact, accidentally do a chunk of these. All right, got it.
Torn to oblivion. Illusion shattered.
Reading here just like almost fully takes it out. What goes on Discord? We've got a very active server. There's probably about, I think we average about 1,000 members with probably about 200 people chatting in a given week. We've got channels in there for Snap, Genshin, sports, politics, food, all sorts of different stuff. If you're interested in hanging out with other Hoaglandians and chatting while I'm offline, it's a great place to be. Dark, evil things. I don't know about that. We're pretty good lifetime. Server's actually pretty old. And it's been up for almost 7 years at this point. It's kind of wild. I guess we won't be worrying about this mysterious bubble cannon anymore. Well done, soldiers, assemble. The soldiers refer to us. It seems that Colonel Kate is here. Let's meet up with him. Colonel Kate's a squirrel, then. You're looking well, that's good. Are these 2 reinforcements, then? Yes, they are. Halt! I do not wish to know soldiers' names. Amidst cruel battle, anyone can be turned into ruptured bubbles and scattered foam at any time. Knowing the names of the troops will only cast a shadow upon our final victory. I don't want to know the cannon fodder's name. If they die, it'll make the victory sad. This isn't a one thing. Are they the reinforcements you sought? Yes, but very good. Fresh hands will help us continue our suppression of the 2 remaining bubble formations. About that bubble formation. Next time, soldier, you will give your report first before asking questions. Yes, the formations are places of unparalleled peril. Do not mention the 3 mighty subordinates that Narcissus has placed upon them. We actually cleared them all already. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've been trying to tell you, but you haven't been listening. Well then, it's good to see everyone as well. So Anne, who are these people again? I'm Jeff and this is Paimon. Pleased to make your acquaintance. It's a pleasure to have new blood like you on the resistance front. Let us fight for the princess and the Reconquista. You guys named this thing as the adventurers team? We are now the same thing as how I would put it. Indeed, we have the same objective and plan of action, and it's only because I have more combat experience that I am the colonel in my force. Where's the rest of your team? We charge bravely into the bubble formation. Yes, and where's your team? We charge bravely into the bubble formation, and as for the rest, do not ask. I think she wishes she didn't know their names. Colonel Kate's got some problems, too. Well, he's up against immense firepower, or should we say water power. Hoaglandia, because my last name is Hoagland, so Hoaglandia. A lot of people say Hoogland, but it's next for you. And plan on going behind enemy lines to see what can be done there. After all, it should be quite easy to go up there now that the bubble formation has been broken. I mean, I can't lose to some new recruit, can I? This isn't a competition. Regardless, I shall return when the sun sinks into the sea, victory at hand. Let us meet again before the high tower. Colonel Kate bounces away. There's neither sun nor sea here. Since the bubble formations are gone, let's head to the little fountain. It's just over there.
Too slow.
Oh gosh, there's more water friends. All right, chat, it's been an hour. It's almost 5 o'clock. I can't remember the last time I streamed this long of a segment. Appreciate everybody that hung out for both the Genshin segments today. We played a ton of Marvel Snap as well. There will definitely be a Cerebral 3 highlight up on the YouTube channel this weekend with some more fun up tomorrow as well. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning with Marvel Snap all day. Everybody enjoy the rest of your, gosh, is it Thursday? Enjoy the rest of your Thursday wherever you are at, and I will hopefully see you tomorrow. Peace, folks.